Hello, hola, buenos dias, bonjour. Hi Ev. Welcome. You're here first. That's nice. It's not your first time, right? Is it? I don't know. Because people occasionally change their usernames. Oh shit, I forgot to make a co-star for this friend tomorrow. Maybe I just need to wash up the one that I already have. Just like clean up the edges a little, treat it with a little bit of oil. I do not have oil. No, I watched your streams before, the one where we started looking at favorite birds. Oh, I see. That was quite recent then. Hi Tiso. Hello, you have arrived. Welcome. Hold on, let me reposition. I was so productive today, yet at the same time I didn't make a lot of progress just because programming hates me. I'm just like copying code, pasting, putting it in the same. Oops, that's a little loud on my end. I don't know if it's probably fine on your end. But yeah, I just like copy paste stuff and it still does work. I'm like, I'm doing something wrong. Anyways, I was like up at 6 AM today, which is a little wild, especially for me. I'm usually up like 10 hours later than this. I even did my dishes. So let me blur this a little bit. I just want to figure out how much I want to blur things. Like if maybe it helps with depth and stuff, but we don't know. I think it should help. And this one as well. Blur, motion blur. The orange I'm eating is rock hard and dry. Damn. You know what? That's the worst. Oranges need to be juicy. If they're like not juicy, they're terrible. I love oranges, but it's like they can be really bad. I wonder if there's like a fruit that isn't that bad, even if it's like not at its greatest, basically. I think jackfruit is one of those things. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so I feel like I did try changing the background a little bit, like the levels, right? The question is like, do I want dark background, you know, like this? Do I want a more nighttime feeling, or do I want it to be like completely white or something like that, like brighter than Feinen? And I figured this is the balance that I want. I don't want it too dark because I do want it to have the daytime feeling. So something like this. I'll give a second. Let me just add a little bit of like shapes on the back just so you can kind of see. Oh. Like what could be in the background, you know? It could be all sorts of things. I probably have to find a screenshot in Star Rail. I'm like, ooh, this location seems kind of similar. Looks similar enough to use it. For now, random shapes should be enough. I was thinking maybe I should have some like gold accents in the background as well. I don't know how feasible that is though. Like it might disrupt the whole composition and stuff. But Kefale is technically kind of like glowy, but it's so high up. I don't think you'll see it. But I think he's bleeding. Potato versus rice debate again? No, stop. We've talked about this before. You know my stance. Well, hello, everyone. Hello, hot person on screen and fine into ice. Oh! Okay, I see what you did there. Do you have a favorite Ampharius character so far? I feel like all of the Star Rail characters are usually quite well written. Potatoes? That's your favorite characters? Fair enough. Potatoes? Team Potato? You're Team Potato too? You get it. You get it, Ev. A little surprised. Let's see. No. I wonder if maybe this part actually needs to be a little bit darker, but yeah, no, that's a little disruptive. Yeah, no. Yeah, I have most of the values down. I think it's more about giving him the contrast that he needs. So I think what I'll do is just quickly block out his colors. Oh, there you go. That's his legs. Give him like a gray tone. See, I already have everything blocked and mapped out. So it's just about right now it's just I did the lines already, right? It's mostly about figuring out the colors. So yeah. That's my biggest struggle right now. The colors. Because I do want this to feel really good, but right now I'm not satisfied with how things are looking. And then... oh god, I forgot. I think it was this part that was dark. Wait, hold on. I have the hand somewhere. I can toggle that off, I think. Not toggle it off. Give me a second. I do have like a line art layer on top. There we go. I struggled so hard with this stupid chest. I was like, I love looking at chest, but why am I suffering like this? And then, like, while I was drawing, I was like, you know what? It's not that bad. Like, it's bad, but also it's not that bad. It's making me feel bipolar or something. I saw a YouTube shot of a cosplayer strolling up to a friend's wedding in Final cosplay, and like Final would just go to a wedding in the uniform Aglaya gave him. And it would look amazing, would it not? Like, if one of my guests... well, no, I would dress my husband in this. I would make this, like, the outfit is so nice, I would legitimately make that, like, the wedding suit. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm crazy for this. No, but does it not look really, really good? You know what? If I'm ever going to have a wedding ever in my life, I might actually do something like this. You know, I'm Vietnamese. I could probably make an finance themed ao dai. Right? This is very close to an ao dai. Like, instead of the front panel that you usually have, maybe just like pants and then just like make it side panels. This part was dark. Let me think about it. Actually, I think all of this is dark. You see, I could be looking at references, but I will try from memory. The color blocks shouldn't be too difficult to figure out. You see, I probably don't even have to struggle like this. You have line art, right? You can probably... Well, if you had a line art folder, which I don't, because I'm an idiot. 1 second. You could make this like a reference layer, you know? Make this a reference layer, and then you could, no, you can just like block it out like this, and then you just like use an eraser, and it has an erase along edge feature. It's somewhere in the settings, in the tool settings. Just open it. It's somewhere. Anti-overflow should be somewhere over here. Yeah, do not cross lines of reference layer. It's in the anti-overflow settings, right? So you can just like go in, and then it'll like not go over the lines as you erase stuff. Makes coloring a lot easier oftentimes, but that kind of like is only really useful if you have clean line art, if that makes sense, right? Which I don't, so I'm not using this. I'm still doing it manually. And people, you can do the same thing with like a brush, technically, but I feel like with a brush it's usually a little like less clean than having the whole thing selected out first and erase after. I don't know. Hold on, let me think about it. Oh no, yeah. You don't have a line art folder? No, because I figured out, because I do make a few adjustments afterwards usually, it's easier for me to actually separate layers by the object. So I have like the pauldron on a layer, you know, I have the arm on another layer, right? So if afterwards, if I want to adjust things, I can just like adjust them without having to cut up, without having to go down like 50 layers, you know, like my line layer is up here. Like I hate when my lineup layer is up here, but my base color layer is somewhere down here, and then I have to like select, like go up and down like this. You do have there's a feature where you can, wait, hold on, is this full screen? Oh yeah, you have this feature, you know, where you can have like a second layer hierarchy, basically, so you can stay, give me a second. You can stay up here, and then in this section you can scroll down and select it this way, but it makes everything really cramped and I don't like it. Yeah. So yeah, I figured that's how I do it. And I'm usually a little bit more painterly, so I merge things down anyways. So yeah, for painterly workflow, it makes more sense. It's broken down even more. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I use an ungodly amount of layers. I don't know how others do it. Like, people are more like, I feel like people who draw on like single layers, etc., they tend to be more organized. You'd think they're more messy and stuff, but I feel like they're usually a little bit more organized about how they approach things. Or in their like process. Because I jump around a lot. So I'm like, oh, I need backup for everything. You draw on paper sometimes too? Not enough. I should. It drawing on paper really like helps you with I don't know, just getting the hang of things. Just it's similar. It's just like how when you're studying, right? You could be taking notes on your phone, on your laptop and stuff, but it makes a huge difference if you write by hand, just because it's more tactile and stuff. And even though I do have a tablet, it still feels different than paper. So yeah, I don't know, a lot of people get like really proficient, but I'm like too old-fashioned in that regard. And the music stopped. Give me a second. All right. Wait, actually. Hello? The fuck? There we go. Drawing on paper hurts my soul because I long for the Control Z feature. See, I mean, yeah, you do, kind of, right? But it also kind of like trains you to slow down a little bit and not rely on Control Z. So you'll be a bit more purposeful. No, not purposeful, but like conscientious with your lines, where you draw a line and stuff. And yeah, it's like training that you don't really get. It's kind of like driving in manual versus driving automatically, right? If you learn automatic, you kind of like don't really have a good feeling about for the car, I feel like. Okay, so this is the basic block art for finance. It is so simple, right? It's just literally like everything up here is white and everything down here is black. It's so elegant. It's just so nice. Anyways, there's the hand. And I think he has like his gloves are black, but that doesn't really matter in the big grand scheme of things. See, this is why I think it gets a little too dark. I don't want that much contrast. His legs. I kind of want to author where I put color, you know. Right now I have a lot of these overlays and features. I did color the lines. I want to give the bright parts yellow feeling, and the darker parts they can stay a more neutral color. And this is very blue. Oh yeah, I also changed the color of his face a little bit so he's not blue. Might want to tweak that a little. Brighten it up occasionally, just so it matches the vibe a little bit more. Do you only draw characters or do you try so what? Hold on. Oh, do you sometimes try other things like realistic or 3D? I usually don't have time for other things, so I don't really do a lot of studies and stuff, which I should. It would help me get a better hang of materials and stuff. I've been saying for years that I should be that I should do a study stream, but I never do. I'm like, why study if you can apply it immediately? Yeah. I had a friend who said that their sibling draws with a pen to see their mistakes. Yeah, that too. Oh, Quest Marverade. Hello, sorry, but do you have a live upload schedule? Even if it's rough, it's fine. Your drawing process is incredibly educational and your art is so peak. Thank you. I usually stream on Fridays. There's sometimes where I'm like, I don't stream because I'm like tired. But yeah, usually every Friday. Box stream when you love it. Not the boxes. I mean, I can't draw a single box. It's supposed to be cube, right? See, I don't even think I can get the proportions for a cube right. Weirdly enough, cubes are... Oh. They're like weirdly long. But it kind of depends on the field of view as well. See, this is a little too small. A little lower. Like this, maybe? Single cube. It feels a little long, but that's usually what a cube looks like to me. Like I tend to like the more flatter cubes. They look a bit cuter. Right? Yeah. And if you want to figure out the center, you can always do an X. Wherever they meet, that's the center. I think if you did the halfway point over here, and then over here, I think that's how you get thirds. Like this. Yeah, that works. Just in case you wanted to know how to get a third or a halfway point. I should make a series of like unnecessary things Milk can do that she will never apply. That type of stuff is usually very useful when you draw environments. I think there was another thing where you basically set, like if you have street lamps and stuff, right? And you want to get, I forgot. If you wanted to get the same distance across the perspective or something like that. I think this was the perspective point, and then you would well, obviously you have to match this. And then ooh, I forgot. Honestly, I forgot how to do it. There was a trick to it. So you could get like you would know where to space these. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look that up again. Anyways. I think what I want to do, like this is very blue. I do want to take off a little bit of saturation here and there. And I wonder if it's it is very blue. Like I want a bit of range. What about the color? Maybe I'll just do a color mode. Just so we can add it in places where it's needed. So up here is okay, kind of like as a bounce slide. And then maybe multiply. I'll just want to darken some colors. Not that much. We're slowly building it up. I'm wondering if can I use a blur? I think I want to get a more watercolory feel this time, maybe? I don't know. Figuring it out. I think the shadows should be a bit more intense over here. But you know what I don't like? I usually don't like darkening things where there's already shadow. Oh, that makes sense. It only makes sense if you do it like really thinly, oftentimes. So you can basically show, oh yeah, this is an edge, or there's some ambient occlusion or contact shadow or something, right? And just to define the edge a little bit, like this. Or and there's like a contact shadow over here. Not a contact shadow, but something like this, if that makes sense. This is where these two straps meet, and you know, there's a little bit of ambient occlusion. Give me a second. Something like that would be nice. But if you do it like, since I like the toon styles, I usually don't like gradients like this, because it usually ends up a little too muddy for me. I can't make it look good. Other people can. It just doesn't suit my style. So rather than this, which looks like, I don't know, smoke or something, I'm like, nah. I'd rather add a bounce slide on the other side instead, because this already communicates, you know, like the change in value usually already communicates that this is shaded, you know. I think there should probably be like some sort of shadow over here as well, like a light shadow, because this is probably away from the light. I think this. So rather than that, I would probably just take this and then lighten it up. Ooh. Oh, it's a multiply. But yeah, you have to kind of like think about if you want to do it or not. Sometimes it's just like okay to just like stay, for it to stay somewhat flat or matte. No, maybe it literally just needs the form shading, because if I lighten this up, right, it'll kind of change the shape of whatever light this is, and then it'll like stop being a contour for the leg to show the shape of the leg. So I was like, gotta think about it. Do your parents also draw things when they are sometimes talking to someone on the phone? Your parents? No, my parents don't draw. My mom needs a hobby. She doesn't draw. She thinks it's childish. So I mean, in my case, she's kind of right. You know, it's not like I can do professional work with my skills, so I haven't really shown her something great. You know, there's this notion of what mature art is, right? And my mom is very how do I say it? She's very stereotypical in that aspect. It's like my sister, yeah. I mean, in some way they're right. In some way they're right, you know. Like, if you want to be seen as an adult, but you draw childlike things, you know, that's a little bit of a disconnect. And it's fine, because the adults are making games, right? They are the adults that retain that childlike, what was it called, that inner child, you know, that have a happy inner child are the ones that kind of like make the world happy, right? They're not saving the world necessarily, but that's saving the hearts of the people. Is what we like to say, but usually it's a little underappreciated. People don't realize it. You know, like, only if they really sit down and think about, oh, who's making these shows, then they're like, oh, you know what? Yeah, entertainment. Entertainment industry is kind of important. Because if you don't have entertainment industry, the only entertainment industry is going to be the porn industry, I suppose. Or the bordels. The solution, become an NSW artist, always. Tell you. It always, that's always what it's like, what it ends up at. It's either become NSW artist or become furry artist, and the really powerful ones are the NSW furry artists. They're making bank. I think they're like still the only niche of artists who are just like living life really good. It's so funny because like in all of the industries, right, they're like, especially like games and art industry, they're kind of struggling. VTuber is okay, but it's like, because it's, yeah, but I don't know, it's like it's starting to get more commodified, so people are like, there's a lot of drama in that aspect. Everyone's kind of struggling, right? And then every time we like look over to the furry side, they're just like sitting on a bunch of money, and you're like, huh. NSW furry artists specializing in Yuri pairings, those guys are set for life. This composition looks so good. Professionals are at a different level. Yeah, a different breed. I was so confused when you said you didn't like this comp and wanted to change it during the commission stream for the pink guy. Oh yeah! Yeah. Yeah, it was a little too flat, if that makes sense. Usually you want commissions to have a little bit of impact, right? Like for the type of portraits that I do. Some people draw like really nice, you know, frontal portraits and stuff. But I feel like my art isn't detailed and like flat, like fancy enough. You know, I don't draw like the pretty glittery eyes that you see all the time. With like the big focus of the art style, right? So I feel like if you have one of those like kira kira, glittery, sparkly art styles, you can do more simple poses. But because mine is a little bit more, I don't know, like flat and I like more dynamics and stuff. This type of commission would seem too simple for me, so I usually try to get either a lot of motion or like some steep angles in and stuff. And a lot of movement. Because otherwise my art looks a little dull, I think. I need to spice it up a little. Yeah. And I figured that for me, I'm probably the type of artist who just needs to put a lot of like props and elements into that drawing. I also have to think about what to do with this like bottom corner. It's quite empty. And I do want to retain this like feeling of this triangle. So I might have to pull out some more background assets over here. Maybe I'll have some like weapons or some stones, you know, just like laying around, broken, just to give it a feel of depth, you know. A second. And then also people are like, people do tell me, they're like, yeah, you're good at drawing. And then I'm like, and then I see I see like a 16-year-old's drawing. I'm like, you know what? No, I'm not. I mean, they do say comparison kills joy or something like that. I forgot what the saying actually was. But yeah, I feel like I need to stay on my tippy toes. So any possibility you might draw matching Mighty drawing to this piece? Man, I've been thinking about it. I should. But then also, Mighty is just a bunch of muscles. And I'm like, I'm not experienced in drawing muscular man. I'm like, I'm gonna like, people who they're going to be so disappointed when they see my Mighty. And they're like, why is he so twink? Yeah. Yeah. And then also like, I have so many other drawings I probably want to draw that I'm like never gonna get to it. Or final will burn me out. I do have a maid Mighty. Is it time for Mightimus to join the fight? What fight? I hunger for hot guys, draw my milk. I'll be here for a bit, but I'll leave once I hear spoilers. What spoilers? We're not spoiling. Oh, I'll let you know. I'll write like, oh, spoiler, and then you can mute yourself, and then I'll be like, spoiler end or something. And then you can unmute yourself. I was a fool and ate all my snacks in like 7 or 8 days. I'm now suffering the consequences. Wow, your snacks lasted for 8 whole days? It's not bad, Mitsuno. Mine would only last for like 2 days. If at all. Okay, so let me put all of this in a, I don't know, a folder. And then I'll just have to figure out the contrasts and stuff. Oh yeah, and this should probably be a different color. This is yellow technically, which makes sense just because of the light, but maybe I want to fade it in or something. Wait a second. Ooh. Oh wait, I should probably use a color layer just to keep the value the same. I'm kind of close to the background color, I think. If I was really brutal, I could probably just like make it white. Actual lighting? Nah. No, that's kind of distracting, I think. It needs to be a bit more blue than this. Like this. I have a friend who says he has snacks and then he shows me a box of peanuts. Anya IRL. Only peanuts? Peanuts are good though. Hold on. Another color layer. I usually don't really like this approach of glazing. It's because I feel like it doesn't suit me. There's some gold details. I feel like I should paint in the gold details later. Make this more yellow almost greenish, honestly. And then oh, this is dark as well. It should be fine. I can just like do like a still haven't drawn the sword either. It was like this. Basically just putting a bit of a I think this should be okay. Yeah, this is not at a state where I can start rendering. The Vietnamese national dish? Pho. Probably pho, yeah. And then yeah, I think it's just pho. And then I think spring rolls as well. Summer rolls, I think. It's a very Vietnamese thingy. It's one of the more popular things as well. Wait, does he have darker shoes than he has hands? Let me see. Because I think they were the same color technically. These are all just like screenshots from the PV. So I should probably just look at him. Oh, wait. A little bit more blue, I guess. Oh, there is a bit of... Okay. It is slightly darker. Whoa, I'm blinded by the beauty. Yeah, he He sure is beautiful. For no fucking reason. I mean, for all the reasons, but... he just loves it. Separating this one. Making this a lot lighter. This as well. I'm just merging it, multiplying it. And over here should be a bit brighter. Yeah, I might do this. Not to emphasize his crotch or anything, just so you can see what direction it's going. Maybe fold over here. Yeah. I can probably like darken this later. Or maybe do a stronger edge over here. But I feel like that kind of changes his thingy. Oh yeah, this part is also dark. I forgot about that. You know what's bothering me? Give me a second. Put this on normal. And then make that a fill layer. Put that on color. Oop. And then... okay. Oh. And it should be easier for me to just find some of my layers. It should be on the torso. This part's darker as well. And then color the strap darker as well. Might be missing something. At this point, might as well do the darken the hand. The hand, but like the glove. Pew! Did I miss anything else? No, I think that's it. I mean, this is kind of like, this is blue, but should be the line art. Got stripe of bright blue basically over here. Let me just map that out. Oh, do I want this in front of that? No, it needs to be behind the sword. That's fine. Right. Is a little bit of lighting. Let me just map that out. Oop. Basically all of this. And then this can be like the deep blue. Almost. Make it a little glowy. And then that should be okay. Do you look up to some artists? I do. It's a lot of Chinese artists actually. I'm like, why are they so good? It's crazy. It's basically like, I feel like the average like Chinese artist that you see on Twitter, right? Is like, you know how there's always like that one kid in class that's just like really, really good? Like if you're in art school basically, in European art school or whatever, there's always this one kid who's really good at art. And then imagine a class of those kids. And then like the top 10% of that class with the top 10, like with the top student of, I don't know, our art school. That's like the average Chinese artist that I see on Twitter. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, I feel like it's, you know, the like younger or like lesser known artists, right? Chinese artists, they stay on like Bilibili and stuff. Like they don't really go international as much. So it's like, yeah, you probably don't see the like average Chinese artists. So you only see like the really good artists that like get really big on here, I suppose. But yeah, but still, you're like, damn. Can you like slow down? The elitism is going like it's starting to affect me. Right now, you can take a look. You can take a look at some artists that I like. The fine arts background hits hard. Yeah, I was like, just the education. I really like Diesel's art. Diesel 2B. I don't know if they're Chinese. I think they probably are Chinese. Right? Diesel's art. I love the compositions of this person. Like this. It's a lot of like OC art. This as well. This composition is just great. The frames. This one as well. Oh, the water splashes and stuff. This one's really cute too. It's like, see, this would be considered a simple pose, but somehow they made it so elegant and then still so full. And detailed, even still. I'm like, damn. I love the... Oh, can you see my mouse? Oh, wait. Hold on. It's confusing me. Stop. Can you see my mouse? You can only see my mouse if I actually move the mouse? Not my cursor? Oh, that's crazy. I always like really strong reds and then white and dark. Yeah. I like this composition as well. This one with the angel. This one's one of my favorites too. I'm like, imagine if they were at a local con that I could go to. Oh my god, I would go broke just buying stuff from them. So Diesel is one of the artists. Diesel 2B. Oh wait, hold on. There you see. There you go. That's one of the artists I really like. I love Shia's art. Shia. I have her art book and a postcard set and stuff. Also. They made an animated short. Definitely go watch that. It's beautiful. I love just like the color of the teal. They really got me with just like teal text. I love them. Currently my favorite artist, I think. And then I really like the this shot where she fans herself and then moves. Oh, the movement is so great. Anyways, yeah, watch that, right? So, my favorite artist right now. And then, let's see, who else do we have? Oh, Rotten Crow. Rotten Crow. Redum is really good too. I love this one. The movement, the dress, the green. This feels like this is like modern impressionism to me, I suppose. I'm like, oh, this is the vibe that people wanted to draw back in the day. Yeah. Just like so efficient. Yeah, you probably, like, you've seen Redum's art. This one's probably one of the most popular, most famous ones. I love this one. They're so good with color. They're good with like saturation and stuff. And I haven't mastered that yet. I don't know how to do that. This one's great too. And do you see how they like simplify stuff in the background? In the background, basically, you know, this is probably like a photo or something. But you can see how they only need like 2 values. Basically, right? To communicate, oh, this is bookshelf. Only shapes. And they have like just like different levels of details everywhere. Yeah. And then even like this, everyone has this. I feel like almost everyone has this asset. They're really good. So that's Redum. And then there's also Rotten Crow, this artist. You will be blown away when you see them. Actually, this might be my favorite artist. And like all of these are like commissions. Oh, that's great. How do you come up with these? Right? The colors, the compositions, just the amount of details and props and stuff, and how they arrange them. It's not just like the quantity, but like the way they make use of it and combine these things. You see, like putting a lot of like glitter just like on top of this is like putting glitter on food. If that makes sense. I'm like, who comes up with that? It's expensive. They must be expensive. I hope they are expensive. They better be. Like, I want them to like make 3K at least for each of these drawings. I should ask. If I ever get a commission done by them, I'll have made it in life. I might not tell people if I've won the lottery, but there will be signs. This one's one of my favorites too. Yeah, this one too. Oh, this one, I really like this one too. Just like the upside down chessboard, you know, like tiles on the ceiling. It's great. It's great. And even for simple stuff like this, the colors are just like so peak. They have such a great sense of graphics as well. This one's so good. Like they have this big shape. They're really good at framing. That makes sense. So yeah, that's why usually I look at art like this, I'm like, I'm nowhere near this. There's so much left to do. And then also, not only that, but then the way how they communicate, like all of these textures and stuff. My god, it's luxurious. Yeah, so I think these are like my favorite artists so far. Oh, you know what I love about Skirt's art is just how like luminous and glossy she can make things feel. And it feels really like she was really into Hoseki no Kuni, and it shows in her art, and I love it. She's so good with like composition and color as well. I wonder if that's the film background that she has. Let's just, I should talk to her more. I like Yiji-chan's art as well. Just like the coloring, those are my favorite piece of them. I still look at this so often. And the Miku as well. Man, The thing is, I noticed that like a lot of this art has like white lighting, like studio lighting, background lighting, which makes it possible to do these types of story where these types of colors where you can really focus on the local colors. But I usually try to like draw different moods, and I don't know how to combine these things just yet. So yeah. Brumineko is great too. Astia, Aliyah Chen and Felicia Chen. Emerald is a good artist as well. Your folders are so organized. I literally just organized them by artist at this point. I did have like a whole structure of, you know, separating them by like colors, composition, lighting and stuff. At some point it's yeah. It still makes sense to have an extra folder just for artists. If you're looking for a specific style, if that makes sense. So yeah. See, so sometimes I do have like duplicate files on my drive. But this like separation between composition, colors, etc. is just like really useful sometimes when you're looking up for. Oh, Tiso did recommend this one, like tagging organizer, reference organizing thingy, and I think I should make use of that. So I can look for something like daytime, mood, and stuff. Because there's no way for me to do that. And I should look up for some references on for the finer drawing as well, you know? Because this is just like now if you go back to this, you're like, ooh, there's still so much work to be done. Don't you think so? Right? It's like, that's like the worst thing you can do. Your art is worse. No, don't. Yeah. But then also, like, remember, those are like finished pieces. We're still work in progress. We're still in the ugly stage of the art, you know? I'm gonna go heat something up. Be right back. Alright. I got it. Hold on. Hold on. My fucking leg. Let me see. Let me grab this. Oh, what? Wait a second. This is fine, Anne. Copy these. Paste these. Just so you can draw over them. Also, this is probably not very accurate in representation. I don't like this. Eh? Oh. I was on CYMK mode the whole time. Oh shit. Oh well. Let me grab one of finance. You know what? I need to grab the reference sheet. Final reference sheet. He's so cute. Oh yeah, that one's the big one. All right, give me a second. Copy image. I might just replay the lo-fi version. I'll just loop this. Let me know if you get tired of the song. Wait! My BGM is still not showing. Is the code broken? No. Oh, I just never started monitoring the... Huh? Wait. I'm monitoring. Yvonne. Give me a second. I need to look at something. Maybe I'm just like starting to restart, or finally this tool is not supported anymore. Assets, YouTube title. That should work. Oh yeah, okay. Remember guys, find someone who looks at you the same way Milk looks at Fine and Ref Pigs. No, yeah, make that a standard. Did I copy it yet? No, I didn't. Copy image. Oh, wow. So it has a gradient, which means to make it a little bit more cyan, which is great. We love cyan. I like a bit of a gradient. Damn, that one headshot of Final though. Wait. This one? Yeah. I saw this and I was like, oh shit, I will like him. It was just like, I was like, oh no, this is inevitable. And they were right. What I didn't expect was how much I would like Mighty. Mighty-miss. I was like, oh my god. That's amazing. I originally, I just like wanted to skip him. I didn't even care for him, just like visually. And then they like gave him story and his character. I'm like, no. That is so mean. Like, just make him like the typical berserker. I just want to fight. I don't care about anything other than battle type of character. Man, why would you do this? Now I have to pull. So yeah, I got Mighty. I didn't get his light cone, but he doesn't really need it, I heard, so it's fine. He's so cool. I know. For no fucking reason. And he's so kind and sweet too, and you're like, why? Like, who told you to be so nice? You know what fucks me up though? I still cannot figure out what the fuck is going on with his that's like double winged cape with another piece and then a scarf in the middle. I don't think I've drawn all of the cape. I only drew one side. Maybe this is side number 2. Ugh. And then this should actually be golden. Oh, it might be cooked. I don't want it to be golden. I think I want it golden. I don't like it in gold. Hold on. Let me show you something really quick. This is still my favorite. Ooh, my favorite shot of Finan. First of all, Am I dumb? Do we not see? So, hold on. So I thought this. I thought we saw this shot. I thought this shot was from the very beginning where we went Okema or something like that. But I guess not. I guess we've never seen this shot. We've never seen this shot. I just imagine this is what he did when we did the race against him on the chains, okay? I'm so mad that they didn't just like play it. We also didn't get to see this, interestingly enough. I wonder, okay, so I wonder, because they did say they had to change like parts of the story of Amphorius just because the writing wasn't refined enough for what they were trying to achieve or something like that. I wonder if these are cutscenes or if it's more about a like, how do I say it, like a preliminary mood board type of scene, because people were like, oh yeah, these are just like maybe scenes made for the trailer, right? But then I'm like, that's a bit much, no? For the trailer, like having the whole, I mean, they did have the Castron kremnos thingy. So this shot, I'm like, fair enough, that's decently easy to do just because it's chains and stuff. But this shot, I feel like this is like so much. I like that there's like everything, like VFX and everything, and like the whole dragon and stuff that they probably had to rig or animate or like model or whatever. So I'm like, that's actually a lot. I wonder if this was a cutscene. And people can, how do I say it? This one's definitely like just a MV scene, but I think people can justify it with just like, you know, there's this theory that Amphorius is simulated and stuff, or people are like finding out anyways. It's an emperor. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Mitsuno is back. No more spoilers. Anyways, so you could probably be like, oh, this might be a different timeline or something like that. Anyways, this is my favorite final shot still. I'm like... It's... You know what it is? I think it's like the brightness and the blur. And then the slow zoom out. I can just like... Honestly, I want a looping animation of this. My Shayla! Shirtless final at the beginning? Oh yeah, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking, right? Since they must have made this like really early, and they probably just like had finance head ready and they needed this shot, so they were like trying to give him a they were trying to see if it's possible to just work with like painted textures, right? And then for Mighty, I was worried that they would do the same thing, and then they were like, yeah, no, we can't do that. We actually need to give his titties geometry. So they did. But I wonder, I think that they just like took the Gneos body type or something like that, and then they just like slapped Finance head on, like retextured it for this shot. But yeah, that kind of means that probably means that Mighty's body wasn't ready at this stage. If you think about it, right? Because Mighty has his geometry. He has geometry, polygon titties. And Finance does not. Not yet. Okay, so anyways, back to this. You know what? Maybe I can just like make it feel like it's so far away that you won't even notice that it's not golden like that. Or we can just like slightly golden, blend in like this. I feel like I would be happier with that. And then I do have the layer for the lighting on it, and I'll make use of that. What's this? Oh, sketch. I can delete that. I have backup files. think a little bit of gold. Not too much. I feel like it should be almost like so bright that that it's overexposed. It's more like it, way more accurate. What? Not even siblings. One is our oldest cat and the other two are just like 5 years apart. Hmm? Generation hatred. Okay, so I guess number 1. Maybe there's number 2, and number 1 you can't even see. That means I kind of need to step up. This is kind of stupid though. See, it's like, where do I put the fabric? Right? Like it needs to... There needs to be a hint that this is different from whatever this in the back is, because this is his coat and this is the cape. And they should not be the same. You know what? Oh my god, I think I'm looking forward to Dokumi simply because of the Finan cosplayers. They're going to be Finan cosplayers. I hope. There better be. If I see a good looking one, I'll ask for a photo. Not with me, but like I'll just ask if I can take a photo. Wait, no, but I gotta keep face. I gotta keep face in front of my cousin. Well, she's not technically my cousin. She's like a childhood friend. Childhood little sister, adopted little sister. I'm not adopted or anything, but like, you know, like when your parents have friends, right? And those friends also have children. And you basically know those children. Like a family friend. But you kind of grew up together, so at this point they're just like your cousins. That's what she is to me. Right? So I gotta keep face. Any Mighty cosplayer will impress me greatly. I think that's... I wonder if there's still going to be as many Toji cosplayers. But yeah, we'll see. Ooh. That's a little too dense. Yeah, that looks weird. Let me see, maybe... This goddamn deliverer. If anything, I should probably replace this part of the scarf. Like more of this blue fabric. And then just like shove the scarf somewhere else. Osiris. And then this can probably just move. Like it needs to move. could also probably just like be really small in the back or something. Maybe not. I think this is something that I need to sort out at this stage. Else I'm cooked later. Or I'll just like completely ignore it and I'll just leave it at this. Because I don't think there's a lot more space that I could put anything in there. Like, I was thinking of wrapping it around his leg or something. But I think that also looks a little dumb. Maybe it's not too dumb, but... I think it could work out if I did that. People might think it's a little weird though, but... If I lower it enough? And then for this, I can probably just like remove this part, you know? I don't know, does it look weird? Oh fuck, I messed this part up again. It's okay. I can just keep it like this. Subs, do you have a Discord? I do. You can try playing. Wait, hold on. You can try playing it. I knew it. Hey, give me a second. I'll send you a link. We're not doing a lot on the Discord, so, but some people share resources and the arts and stuff, so at least for that, it's fun. Announcements. Well, no, I'll just throw you into introductions. There you go. There you go. We make material threats on the Discord. Wait, hold on. He's got a little bit of booty. There's a... See? You know how people always draw guys as ass, like, they're like, yeah, men should have ass too, and they're like, they do it like this. I kind of like when it's... I feel like usually guys' asses are not this round. I kind of like if there's a bit of a slant. Because it... Okay, let me explain. Why do I like flat boxy ass on man? Let me explain. Okay, so... Yeah, I know people are always like... You know, like, guys should also work out their booty, you know, they need to have ass as well, and I'm like, that's fine, but look at the anatomy, okay? So, they already have usually bigger back, you know? They have chest, right? So they already, like, from the side, they're already kind of like this shape, like diamond shape, right? So if the slant is a little less, you know, it'll look nice. It'll be a nice angle, okay? And then you can have this like nice angle, okay? Now if it's like round and stuff, suddenly it looks like this, and like this beautiful angle is gone, and now it's like this, and then suddenly he looks like a ducky. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Is this like... honestly, guys also train their quads, right? So if they train their quads, they'll get more curves over here as well, right? So suddenly, like everything's like this. That's an interesting thing to learn. No, I'm just saying, like if the guys don't work out their legs too much, you know, just enough, they'll have like a nice shape and they still have nice long legs, you know, and it'll kind of make sense, you know. They'll look like Finan. They'll have this beautiful long line down the road, okay? They have like, that is genuinely, that's what makes Finan so beautiful. It's because he's got this like this long shape, you know? And he has it from like all the angles, right? Even though I've tested it, he's got a 7.5 head proportions, right? And usually I guess if you like stretch out the foot like this, then he'll have like eight heads. But still, okay? He's got a normal 7.5 head proportions as every single other human, okay? Or like, you know, normal humans. People say 8 head proportions is ideal. I'm saying like, no, 7.5. 7.5 is perfect, right? Or a little higher, like closer to 8, but like still just around like 7.5. Because it looks normal. It looks attractive, right? So if guys don't need to do leg days, okay? As long as it's proportional, right? So if you like, I don't want like guys to look like the big teddy bear like this, you know, and then have like the tiniest legs, you know. Nobody needs to look this big. If you have Finan build, that is like crazy good, okay? If you look like Mighty, that's even wilder. That's just, for a lot of girls, that's almost too much. But yeah, right? Like you don't want to look like this, right? You want to have... Okay, wait, you know what? This is a little too long. I made the legs too long. Right? You don't need ass! Men do not need ass, okay? They're fine. They're fine. If they have chest, back, they don't need ass. Oh, I almost closed it. I almost closed the thing. Milk, you're talking about someone missing leg day? Yeah! Just like you don't need to do like, you don't need to like, guys don't need to go hard on leg day, okay? Guys don't need to go hard on leg day. They don't need to do glutes as much. When girls have nice ass, that's a different question, right? But yeah, men need nice hands. That too. That's such a plus. But even I feel like for guys, even if they have like big burly hands, you know, they're still kind of cute though, no? You know, they have like big hands like this. Like, they don't need to have long, pretty fingers. Don't compete with me! I'm kidding. Alright, hold on. I think this is okay if I do this. Just over here, it just needs to be a bit less saturated. The sword's dark. I can do the sword later. The sword is the least of my worries. As for these crows, should be mostly gray and then, you know, a little bit of a glow. But I usually like to go really saturated at first and then tone it down. Kind of like having a wash. Let me just grab a pic of Kefale. Just so I can put it in the background and we can get a better idea. Oh, wait. Kefale. In ancient Greek, Kefale translates to head. Okay. It can also be used metaphorically to represent anything supreme, chief, or prominent. Oh, okay, okay. Such as leader or the source of something. Fair enough. Oh, he is bleeding from the chest. You know what? That means I can actually draw a lot of gold in the background. That's convenient. I need him at a bit of an angle. What is this imagery? Hold on, you guys are not seeing this. I'm googling kefale. Someone took a picture of a Eventuine like this. No, I mean big hands for men? Big, slightly veiny hands? Oh, okay, interesting. Girls actually like really... It is so interesting because all of the girls that I know and I ask, they're usually asking for the opposite. They're like, no muscle on men! Just pretty hands! Flower boy! Yeah. The pretty men are actually like quite popular. And the manly men are more for the men. You know. This is AI art, is it not? No, 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 don't let me, no, I don't want to assume. What if it's not AI art? It's just like someone drew it and just have like, yeah, who knows? Yeah, no, it's not, it's not AI art, sorry. They were just like, the legs just threw me off. Just the legs threw me off. I'm like, whoa, that's... Eh? Things we... Huh? Maybe not. Maybe it... Oh. No. No, Weibo. I don't... Yeah. Oh. Huh? Huh? Maybe it's not AI art. Maybe we're just stupid. Maybe they're just... Because it's like... consistent overall. Yeah, like you see the details. There's a little bit of warping, but it's usually that's from a liquefy tool. Yeah, I'm sorry. Ah, I just saw the leg. I was like, what's going on over there? Like over here. But yeah, that was just me being stupid. Sorry. I like the vibes of this though. I need kefale from... Eh? From this angle. Yeah, precisely this angle. I've seen it before, I don't know from where though. I do need him from this angle specifically. Alright. Wrong word, skeptical. Elon broke Twitter again? No, I don't think so. Maybe they just like deleted themselves. Cute. Oh yeah, this one is the official. Oh, this might be good. Open new tab. Okay. Let me just see if I can fit him in. Just want to see. I should have done that from the start. Yeah, but he doesn't really give the same vibe. Yes, I did have to tweak him a little bit. Yeah, I'll just have to draw myself, I think. I do want his face to be kind of obscured. I I don't like it being too dark up there, so... I'll do a desaturation pass again. See, he's kind of gray. Do not turn that away. He's just gray. He's just a statue. I'll treat the blue cyan color as a bounce light, like an ambient light, almost like a fog. I think I found Kefala in the angle you wanted. It's fine, it's fine. I'll have to draw him anyways. It's like, it'll never perfectly fit into this composition. Simply because the ball is not big enough and stuff. So, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for looking for it, though. So... his titties... is this titty? Well... let me just grab this. Put a little bit of blood over here. Thinking maybe I should make a gold foil print, but then I was like, there's not enough gold on this to warrant a gold foil print. Trying to keep the balance decent. Like it shouldn't be too light. Just so you know. Use a grayscale. A grayscale comparison. Do you see the difference? This is a lot more prominent, less prominent. Still gives the same vibe that you want though. And then, I mean, this arm's missing technically. And then you don't really see the hand. So technically you don't really need a lot of this. Damn, I really chose the wrong side, huh? Yeah. Basically, I was constantly thinking about like flipping it around, but it just doesn't hit the same. Which is not a good sign for myself. Because I don't know. It doesn't... yeah, I don't know. I did use a model and everything to figure out the angle. I think it's also because this foot is not angled outwards enough. Might have to change that later. Just so that's like more... so that you see more of the back of the foot actually. It looks like this. And then... I don't know how possible that is though, for me to just like change quickly. You have to think about it. It's probably... look, this box here, and it needs to be shifted more towards like this angle. So I probably have to like paint over this a little. And then maybe cast this more into shadow or something like that. Like facing away. And have the shadow be More like this. And then the details facing this way. Like this. Oh, that makes sense. Sorry, Mig, you lost your finger? Privileges? What? Mig uses a model? Mig is a cheater? No, I just like used it for the base pose, basically. I used it to fix some angle. I usually use the models for double checking, if that makes sense. So usually when I use a model, I just like use it to map out basically like this, this part. Right, like to figure out how steep and angled some lines are, you know? So I don't, because the models are really, they usually look really awkward in the build. So it doesn't really make sense to, like, I don't use models that often. Sorry, place your hands on the table. Your fingers will make sweet contact with a hammer. Yeah, so... There we go. That's a finger gone. But yeah, I wanted to go for a bit more, like, accurate? More accuracy? Like, if I wanted to do more stylized art, I could do it like this, you know? But I don't know. No, why you weaponize hot guys? It's okay, I can still draw them. Might need a sharper jawline. Well, that's something that we can figure out as we go. Oh, I probably just need to raise up his... I swear I had this brightened up already. Doesn't look too weird. I think that kind of fixes that issue at least, somewhat. Like, the facing of the shoe. Might look a little weird from this angle now, but we'll figure it out. To look at, do I have his reference again? Got the... Oh! Yeah. And then you can see a little bit of like... the sun at the back angle. On his heel. And then this probably also needs to move forward a little bit to close this gap. And then I feel like his knee should also turn outwards a little bit. Because of the leg. Actually, I do like how this part turned out. Not a lot I need to change about that. Question is, what is missing in the back? Let me grab a splatter and then we can see if... Oh, I could add trees or something, huh? I don't know. It's kind of missing something. There's a little bit of extra over there. No, like a gradient, I guess. In his chest. Yo, what am I? Oh, never mind. He is missing an arm. This is world. Or what if I made the whole thingy? Like, imagine if this is actually the opening. No, I don't think it opens that low, but yeah. I have a little bit of artistic freedom and free will. I was thinking, what if... I swear that's just gonna explode or something. It's not even out yet, though. You're so sad? For what? There we go. I think I like that better. And then I'll do the same thing that I did in that Star Rail V stuff thingy. I might just like add a grid or something. Just like if it's indeed a simulated universe, there's gonna be some sort of like web. Yeah, I think that's nicer now that there's a little bit of texture in it. It's not as empty. And then a little bit of color contrast as well. Okay, that feels a little better. You have bedtime? How old were you again then? Question is, am I satisfied with this? I think the yellow spots really did it for me. I was hoping for something like that. I really needed that. I might be okay. Like I do like how the colors ended up. But I'm like so mad that he doesn't look good below his like below this, I feel like. Like as this shot looks good. This too. But then somehow if we get all the way down to his legs, it kind of falls apart, I feel like. It might be an issue of the perspective or something. And this is like looking through a window, it works, but this is like the full shot. I'm like, What if I straighten out his leg? Till 10 to 11? 10 to 11 is a pretty good bedtime, yeah. We're even in school now. Oh, interesting. I do have the save, don't worry. Just grab his legs, do a copy of his legs. Make a copy of his legs. So I wonder if I just need to straighten this up. Could also be that like the angle of this isn't right. I'm like judging from this. Hold on. The front of his shoe should be somewhere around here. And I just like should be facing it more forward. Like center things more around here. That would also mean that this angle's kind of wrong. Alright, I think it's time to change the BGM. Hey, let's see. Let's see. I think I'll just go for like this. Oh no, maybe not this one. Oh, I'll go for the bubble OST. Okay, this is a good opportunity to do an A/B test. Oh, that's... Oh, I barely changed it, but actually it feels better. Better. I guess it was because his feet were too close together. So let me draw it out for you. We have a perspective. It's somewhere around there. Oh, actually. Yeah, I don't know. Like here or something. I don't know. but then the back of his heel should almost be... The back of his heel is basically like at the horizon line. Right? So the back of this heel. And so imagine it like this, right? See, this is where you should draw boxes. So the back of his heel, right, is somewhere around here, right? But this back of his heel is kind of like centered on his foot. So it kind of looks like he's putting his foot forward like this. With his heel over here. And I think that threw me off. Because it should be at the side over here. If that makes sense. So by changing it to the second layer comb. Not to the second one, but to this one. It moves the heel back up to this line where it should be. Where it kind of like aligns with the other heel. While the front of the toes still stay the same. Right? They still stay in line. It's literally about the back of his heel. I think that's why it was weird. Like, I'm trying to explain it that way, but who knows if that's actually true. I'll delete that part. Still have this, obviously. And I can just extract this. And then if I do that, I also don't need to turn his foot around. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm ready to color. You're living with him? Is your younger brother or older than you? He originally told me that I could sleep whenever I wanted, but now he's giving me a bedtime. Oh, that's funny. Cody my boxes. Older, he's 30. Oh, okay. He's older than me. Interesting. That's a pretty big difference. Oh, hi Errol. Hi Dilemma. don't worry about being late. Oh my god. Like, if you have a headache, drink water, rest up. Like, you do not need to watch me yap. I think me yapping might actually worsen your headache. Right, so we got this. It's the birds multiplied. And do the usual thing. And just paste and merge. I have a button for that. Oh, huh? Paste and merge. Yep. And then, hold on, let me put this into a folder and just call it the birds folder. Birds. The sword. Sure. I'll give it some color. I'll fix it later. Not actually. I'll just fix it later. Piece merge. It's just like one specific piece of hair. I don't even know where his head is. Oh, there you go. I might as well fill it out like this. Paste and merge. I did separate them, but now I don't really need to do that. Paste and merge. I'll do it for this. This is eyebrow. Need this. Ooh, do I? It has bangs. Yep. I'll just merge them at this point, yeah. Oh, also think that I should have separated, but it's okay. Merge, merge. This one as well. Oh, I probably should have given his hair a little bit more attention. It's okay. The question is, oh, you know what? Since this is already mapped out, might as well undo this. Oh, I'm kind of hungry. And then pull this. Merge. Merge. I'm just gonna go through the whole document and just do this. This one just needs a paste, maybe. Wait, hold on. No! Oh no, never mind. I thought I deleted this folder. It's almost devastated. Do I need to rotate this? I don't think so. Oh, you know, no, yes, I do. Do need to... Oh. Grab this. And rotate it a little, I think. So it matches, like, the knee and stuff. Yep. And then I can merge. That was a bit of a special case. Oh. Shit. And this leg. Okay. We have this arm. I don't think I paid attention to this one. This is hand. Oh, I might keep the I'll keep the line art separated for this one, I think. Just in case. Oh, this is also a line art. Yeah. This and then this, which is not a lot. Oh, this one should probably be dark. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, that's good. And what's this? I guess I'll put all of this in the background folder. this point, maybe I might as well just merge all of this. Oh, no, not all of it. Need to take the cape back up. And then all of this can probably be merged, and then I'll just like separate it later as needed. Don't need this anymore. Kefale. I'll keep your line art. Don't need this one. I guess I only really need Kefala's line art. Why is it like this? Oh. There we go. Oh, his face. What's this? Ah, okay, okay. And then there's like... Oh yeah, I forgot a lot of stuff actually. What the fuck? What about this? Oh, torso line art. Might not even need it anymore. I'll just keep it in case. Just in case. Was the pauldron? There's a line art for the pauldron. Damn, I missed a lot. What the heck? And the arm as well. Ooh, wait, actually. Just safety copy for the lines of the hand. It kind of got painted over, so I didn't like that. Let's see. Got this. We've got this. Alright, let's see. I don't think I've missed anything. Should be all. I should probably try to draw my OC, so I need someone to show some interest in them so I can at least have some motivation to do it. Should it not be an intrinsic feature? Right. Okay, so we can do a value check. Value check looks okay. Everything's like focused here. Obviously there's his leg that stands out a little bit. I think it's okay. Let me just delete this from the background. Nice. Sorry, we don't want to see a dual leg. Like, don't get confused. Alright, so a second. It's saving. And I lost my train of thought. Great. Let me just remove this. Just so we can figure out the details. I can just like merge this. think I should have kept the line art layer. Oh no. I should have kept the line art. Which is why you have backups. This is what backups are handy for. Isn't it interesting how it changed? From this to this. I think I did forget about this though. Yeah. I was a little worried that his face might kind of be like dying. But oh yeah, I don't even need the damn. Okay, well. There's the birds. I don't even need to pay attention to this. So stupid. It's okay. Like, it's hidden behind the bird anyways. There's nothing to worry about in terms of line art. Wondering, Mill, why are you drawing? Why did you draw all of this line art if you're just gonna draw over it anyways? I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah, it's like, I feel like for me, line art is just like figuring out the details where everything's placed. It's more like a map rather than a feature of a drawing. I don't know if that's good. These colors are magical. Thank you. Usually, I don't know if you guys often do this, but sometimes, you know how artists always put gradient maps on their drawings, even if it's just like 20% color mode, something like that, just like something really subtle. It never works for me. It's just like 15% maybe, because I'm usually like, I like the colors that I chose. This is completely fine. It's like I don't need this extra layer of thing. It kind of changes the vibe of the whole picture. Like no, I've like carefully curated this vibe, so we're gonna change it. All kind of. It does look like a filter, like an Instagram filter. I'm like, no, I don't want these colors, and I could change them. I really could, but like, I have to find them and shit. And then, like, this still looks like a rainbow. I don't like this. I feel like it's only good to use in spots, you know? So you like, you have a grayscale and you want to make his pants look interesting, something like that. You know, tone curve. I've also seen people do this, like a lot of this, and it gives you this like posterized look. And obviously you can tone it down to like color or something like that. It doesn't even have to be color. It can just, I don't know. A lot of people do that. I don't like the look of it. No, it gives you this specific look that you see in a lot of art. But yeah. Let's see. For this, I wonder if it's okay for me to even get even more brightness to this. Like it's almost glowing. Right, I'll go grab a sandwich really quick. And toilet break as well. I can go grab some water. I need to, I'm hungry. See you in a minute, bye. I hear Indomie instant noodles. I wish I had those. Indomie looks good. Welcome back. Oh, yeah. I'm back. I got some cucumber. And salami. You enter the vote? Vote for what? Give me a second. I actually don't know if I can open a poll. Give me a second. I think it's possible with this. Yeah, I'd have to open Streamlabs and stuff. And like get the Streamlabs bot. I'm too lazy. And set it up for OBS. I can set up a poll in Discord. It's fine. Okay. Pasta with red sauce or Indomie? Which one do you have more of? Because one pack of Indomie is kind of little. If you want to eat Indomie, you kind of need to pep it up. But yeah, you could have both. If you don't have a lot of pasta left over. Anyways, I would just do Indomie with like 2 or 3 eggs. Even though that sounds a little greedy. His long indigo colored hair with the inwards being teal. Long eyelashes. That is your type, huh? It's always the blue haired, the long indigo blue haired characters. Red sauce pasta wins? Yeah, I do like that. What does red sauce pasta even mean? Is it like vodka pasta? Is it tomato based? Is it just like bolognese? Is it arrabbiata? Carbonara? Like actual carbonara? Or the Japanese style carbonara with cream? Tagliatelle? I think it's tello like this. Might be double T. Carbonara sauce you get at Tesco. Interesting. I'll start from the legs just because I feel like I'll finish those on the quickest. go. And then he does he does have the gold details on the legs. It's like a triangle. Base shape is a triangle, and then you just cut out some center pieces. Maybe more like this. And see, I feel like I usually would leave it at this, or I would add a little bit of like a glint. Not even a glint, but like a little bit of a sheen. A bit more extreme than this, maybe. I'm the type of person to do this. Oh. I feel like it might actually be nicer to have like just tiny little glittery dots for this. For all the parts. I think he had two of them on one leg. I don't know which leg it was though. Oh. That's a little high up. It's much lower. Well, moving this down then. And a little bit of contact shadow. Just so it doesn't look like it's floating, you know. And then these lines are quite simple to handle. You just have a bit of a dip, right? And then you take a slightly brighter color, depending on where the light direction is coming from. In this case, you know, the light direction is technically coming from this side, so I would be highlighting the right side, usually. But since this is in the shadow, I do want it to feel more like bounce light, which is why I'm choosing the other side, okay? You know what? I've been thinking about it, right? I've been playing... I 100%ed Lobotomy Corporation, right? And one of my friends is like he's astonished by that. Because I said it's like... It was a very relaxing game. And he's like, relaxing? It's like stressful, you need to micromanage and stuff. And I was like, I just realized it's because I'm an artist. We're micromanaging everything, every line that we're placing. So me liking a micromanaging game, it makes sense. Just checks out, I guess. Also, I don't know why he has a seam over here. This bastard, he just like randomly has a seam. Like they just designed him that way. You see this? Oh, two seams, sorry. It just like wraps around his butt like this. And I guess the inside. I don't even know what the backside of his leg looks like. I think it probably just like cuts off over here. It doesn't even wrap around. Do you see this? It doesn't wrap around or anything. It's just, yeah. I mean, it's fine. It makes looks good. Also, this is a double seam. I don't like the double seam necessarily. I don't think I'm gonna draw it. Ooh, like that's not accurate enough. I don't think people will care, but people probably won't even notice all of this detail. Unless they're like really obsessed with finding. Where I'm like, you know what? That might be a good chance. Maybe I should. Maybe I shouldn't neglect it. I really like him. He's such a cute, he's just such a sweet person. Effect and affect. Okay, but I have to say though, there's a little bit of a difference between effect and affect, if that makes sense. It's like if it's kind of difficult to describe because you English people, you Americans, English has like a I do struggle with this difference. Because in German, they just translate the E to E, right? And then the A to E as well. So they don't make the difference between they don't make the distinction in Germany between like the German E, the English A, and then the English E like this as well, right? But in American and English, the A is more like the A as in like affect. It's like, oh, hold on, let me draw it out for you. It's like the E sound, the A sound, but it's more on the back of the throat. It's like if this is your head, right? You feel it more on the back of your throat. So it's like the A is somewhere around here, whereas the E for effect is closer, is like in the front. If that makes sense. Sugoi. I have like 20 languages on my keyboard I need to get rid of. Oh yeah. I have like English with the German keyboard because the English keyboard, right? The Y is... Oh. For the... So you have... It's quartz for the German one, and the Y and the X is at the bottom. That's how I like it. But for the English people, it's QWERTY, and the Z's down here. So yeah, I have a German keyboard, and then sometimes I switch it to Japanese because I bought a Japanese layout for the keycaps because they were cute, and it's like a 75% thingy, so yeah. Oh, Sam Boleoa AR. Sam. Is it Sam? Do you say it's like Sam? Right? But in German you would say Sam. Which is a little bit closer in the front. It's like Sam. But it's more like Sam. Yeah. When I was younger, I used to think that Egyptian people had gone extinct. What? That's funny. It's similar to the Arabic, right? Like, you know, there's the name Ahmed, right? And it's like in German, you also have like right? But it seems to be a little like further down the throat, and I can't imitate it. Ahmed, like that. I just stopped at Cleopatra or something. That's crazy. Oh, you want to learn it? Arabic? No, I'm not interested. But you know, a lot of like long-standing languages usually have like such a way with words. They sound so, like, they can sound so poetic, and it just doesn't translate to English. And I'm like, yeah, it's so tragic actually. Like, English can sound really nice too, but that's just like this level of poetry that sometimes you cannot reach. It just things that you cannot do with the way English is structured. Like, you can't say the man. Oh, sorry. You you cannot say the chet antid in English as short and concise. You the after you drink water on a could. That's so funny. English is boring? I think there's like some like phrases that are just like really beautiful even in English. But it's just like the rate, the amount of poetry you can do, for example, languages like Chinese, right? Is just like character based. Languages is crazy sometimes. You're right on the first time. That's interesting. I mean, I was in the choir when I was younger, so I do have a little bit of understanding how to move sound around in my mouth, if that makes sense. Yeah. Well, that's a pretty good description. Oh wait, I was drawing the legs. Lock in milk. Don't get distracted. Yeah, honestly, this doesn't even need that much detail. It's just I'm just connecting this part, adding a little bit of here so it's not empty. Just the tiniest bit of like touch shadow. Contact shadow, sorry. Europeans. Everyone makes videos about how Americans have to learn a language in Europe, magically gain it. And gain it? But here I am, a British who doesn't need to learn a language because everyone speaks to you in English. I think it's because I don't know what it looks like in American schools, but in Europe, right? Except for Britain, most European countries do not speak English as their main language. So just by the fact that everyone in Europe has mandatory English classes, just means that we automatically learn 2 languages at least, right? And then after that, you can choose a secondary foreign language. So a lot of Europeans, they learn both English and French, for example, or they learn English, French, and then choose Spanish as well, or they don't choose Spanish, or they don't want to continue with French and just do Spanish and stuff, right? So yeah, at one point I was basically speaking 4 or 5 languages, or learning them rather than speaking, obviously. Just let me think. Just because I'm like Vietnamese, my parents are Vietnamese, right? Then I speak German, and then immediately you're forced to learn English in 1st grade, at least where I was from. So that's 3, right? Then I had to learn French, that's 4. And I did Spanish, that's 5. Obviously, I also learned Japanese because I wanted to. So that's 6. And then my mom also kind of forced me to do Chinese if I wanted to learn Japanese. So that's 7. And yeah. Yeah, but you know, I didn't retain any of that, so no Chinese at all. The only thing that I retained was the 1、2、3、4、5、6。but 1、2、3、4， and that's it. Or like 你好吗？我很好，谢谢。谢谢你。That's it. We're talking about languages, yeah. So yeah, I only remember the stroke order of how to write. Even that I'm probably still getting wrong a lot of the times. Yeah. The occasional phrase, you know, or like kanji. Are you fluent in Japanese? I'm struggling really hard. No, I'm not fluent. Not at all. I can understand a good decent amount, I feel like. Right? It's, or at least, well, not normal Japanese, because I don't watch enough streamers to know all of the slang and the colloquial terms, you know, the urban dictionary type of terms, like legit, for example. I know that legit is like gachi de something, but like those types of terms I don't really know, but it's like good enough for me to understand what's going on in Japanese in anime. They tell you not to study Japanese through anime, yet here I am. Have you heard of the AI thing with Duolingo? No, I haven't. I do not interact with Duolingo. Never done it. I've never tried it, actually. Bro, they fired people for AI? Damn. Sounds about right. You know, I was like listening to some of my my bosses talking and stuff. And we're talking about CEOs and stuff, and this CEO, I think he failed upwards and stuff. The stunts that he pulls are crazy. It's basically, you could play a bingo of like stereotypical rich villain or something like that, and he would like hit all of them. I'm like, this man has no thought, not a single thought behind those eyes of his. It's crazy. He's like, I do not want to pay any of you any more money, right? And then he ends up paying double the money because he was like trying to cheap out and stuff. And you know how much money that man makes? He makes like twice my yearly salary in a single month. And I'm like, you would think that someone who's like rich and stuff would have some sort of like intelligence, etc. to some degree, right? No, not him. Not him, man. It is genuinely, I'm baffled just at the stories that I heard, because usually when people say like I hate rich people, I'm usually the first ones to defend them. I'm like, you know, no, not necessarily. You know, the most people is like with any group, right? It's like a very vocal minority, but like the vast majority of just like very like they're actually like really nice, well behaved, you know, polite, generous, they have their shit together. Right, so I'm usually like the first one. I'm like, hey, you know, it doesn't matter if it's rich or young, like, it's still discrimination, right? And then this guy is just like, he's skewing the whole average. I mean, he should not be taken into the rich people account. But genuinely, like, if I made $500K a year, I would only need to work for like 2 or 3 years or something, and then I would be set for life, I assume. It's crazy. And then also I do have to say though, like America has like a whole different standards for rich people, and usually in the English speaking sphere of the internet, we mostly see rich American people, right? If anything, like if it was rich people in English speaking countries, it's usually Americans, right? Just because it's English. It's simply by nature of the language. And that's what we see the most of. So we see the type of, you know, lifestyle that they have, and then people would judge on it, and we'll be like, yeah, like rich people suck because that's how they behave. And they only have this one, like the standard that they see on the internet. Though I do have to say, Asians are wild. Like you've seen Crazy Rich Asians, they're like, it's kind of accurate. They're not joking. It seems excessive, but I'm telling you, they do love extravagance and drama. And then you see like soap operas and stuff, and like you would think, right, with the soap operas,
You think like, ah, that's too much, you know, like who even thinks there's no way, but like there's so many of them, it has to come from somewhere. It has to come from somewhere, and then you hear the stories RL and you're like, this is a soap opera. They were not lying about soap operas. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm telling you, sometimes the soap operas are the tame stories. I'm telling you, my mom could just like have a 10 season Netflix show on her own. Is that wild? Yeah. Duolingo was doing good before too. They didn't need to use AI. Yeah, I don't know. They're wild. Everything's kind of losing in stocks right now though, so. Alright, let's see. There's one leg done. I haven't added any like texture to this yet though. Maybe I should do that. Time to bring out the rake brush. Tiniest bit of texture. Oh, that's enough. Let's not spend too much time on his legs. You've got bigger fish to fry. This is also okay, I don't need that. Okay. I feel like I actually don't need to clean this up too much. Oh. Oh. Forgot about the shoes. Doesn't need to be too dark. And then I'll just take the Lagerta brush and give it a bit of a rim so you can see that there's, you know, a bit of an edge. That's all you need to do, honestly. Just gotta show the curvature of the object and then where there's an edge. Highlight. That's as simple as it gets. Can be even more efficient with things. It's wild how little you need to do sometimes to draw. Did you hear about Annabelle going missing? She needs to head over to whoever supports AI with bad reasoning and just get rid of them, bro. Yeah. Was Annabelle a scary doll? I know people have been playing Hitori Kakurenbo. Like lonely hide and seek. Oh, hi Millie. I didn't even notice you. Sorry. You know, and that's actually kind of scary. You hear like voices and stuff, and I wonder if there's like actually something behind it, or if it's genuinely just like hallucinations. Because there's been some like live streamers who've like, I don't know, actually gotten scared and stuff. Annabelle just got lost after being told not to get moved and burned a building. Oh, interesting. OpenAI's new mod is now sabotaging the kill commands. Oh yeah, I did hear about something like that. But that's kind of on the developer's fault. Let me check. Let's take this brush. Hey. That looks wild. Eh?
Oh, there we go. This is bag. This is bag. And I think this should be okay. Oh, the whole thing. And then what I can do is I can take palette color. Boop. Actually, let me. Question is, where do I place them to make it look good and not like unnecessary? How do these people do it? They did give him his shoes a very subtle shine. I don't know if I want to do that for this foot specifically, just because it's like so far in the back. Oh, sorry, closed it. I have to pull up the final reference on my second monitor just so I can look at it. You know, I do love the trend of shoes having colored soles. Shoe soles. Like I want shoes that are golden at the bottom too. Everyone has like Louboutins and stuff, but like this is so nice. And then when they run, yeah, you can see all of that. Oh, that's the outside. Damn, it's always the outside of the leg. Oh, this is the inside. It's just, I suppose they probably just mirrored it. This doesn't look mirrored though. Oh, actually, yes, it is just mirrored. Funny. Wait. There's the patch on the top, and then it moves to the heel, which means, once again, you just map it out. Patch on the top, and then second thing here moves to the heel, which means this is a thing. Now, like, yeah. See, this is the weird part about the shoe for me, because usually, if there's something like this, it kind of stops. It's like on the bridge, and it connects like this. But here they kind of do this little flap, and they like pull it all the way to the heel, and then the heel only has this little space, and it feels awkward. It's kind of weird to have a seam on the side of the heel like this. Usually it wraps around, you know? It cups the heel, so you don't really get that, but fine. They can do what they want to do. Who am I to police them? I'm not the fashion police. Let me just merge it like this. Actually, let me just... And I'll darken this just a little bit. It's a little too obnoxious. Ha! That's 3 times. It's less than usual. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Thank you. Thank you. 3 times a charm? Really? In Germany, they say if you sneeze 3 times, you're stupid.
So yeah. Yeah, maybe I might be a little dumb, you know? It's genetic. But yeah, I don't know. I got teased for that a lot. Like, oh, this seems 3 times an idiot. I'm like, yep, that's me. 3 times in China you would get if someone is in love with you. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Let's see. I did give this a little bit more. I did deepen this part a little bit. Maybe I'll just give it a gradient and then I'll go through with the rake. Doo-doo. The thing is, because this light kind of has a lot of definition, I'm not treating the other leg with the same sort of depth. It's kind of bothering me. Even though it should be fine. Maybe I'll just have to add a bit of like a deeper shadow for this little flap. Just so it feels a little bit more even. And there's also these two things. These little these pieces as well on the other leg. Oh, I forgot this this other seam. There's like a second seam over here. Actually, let me check. I'll check on the other screen. So right below the holster, like over here, basically. You know what? Honestly, painting Hoyo characters must actually be so relaxing. Once you just go into rendering and just detailing everything, it's kind of relaxing, not gonna lie. Oh. That is... oh, I deleted the little highlights I had set. Will people ever see this little detail? No, they won't, but I will. And basically, he has the same thing. See, this is the type of rendering I do. It's not that different, honestly. But might need a little bit more definition away on this side. I think this is the type of drawing that would take me a good week to finish. As in, working non-stop for a week. It's not even that impressive. I don't know how other people can be so fast.
See. There's 2 of them. We just duplicate. And we smoosh them. See, this is why I would love to have a bigger tablet. So I don't have to keep zooming in and out like this. Oh wait, I can't see the chat. Feel like Cinderella? Like a marriage card? Gone goose? What? Like, please don't insult your parents. Oh, because of the sneezing. You know what? My dad, okay, so yesterday was Herrenstag, Father's Day or something like that in Germany, right? It's a public holiday. Just like the ladies have International Women's Day, there's like a male version of that, right? So we went to eat at my dad's place and he did hot pot and stuff, right? And obviously I was just like eating like a normal person, okay? Which was unusual because usually I'm the biggest eater at the table. I'm the biggest eater, okay? And they're always like surprised, like, yeah, you never like get too fat, you know? Like you're always like kind of the same. I'm like, yep. And then yesterday, like his new wife, she was like, I've been eating less than usual. I'm like, no, I'm eating normally. I'm eating normally. And she's like, no, it's less than usual. Honestly, the hot pot this time wasn't that great. Usually the meat and stuff was really nice, but this time it wasn't that great. So kind of, I guess it kind of makes sense. But I ate less hot pot than usual. But then my dad and I, like both of us. So you gotta wait. Hold on. Let me show you. Let me show you. You know those platters, those food platters? So you're like this normal person, right? Normal girl-sized person. And there's like this big of a plate, okay? So it's like twice the amount of your head. And it's filled like this, okay? All the way with jackfruit. My dad and I together we ate both of it. We ate half of the whole platter, okay? So I might have not eaten a lot of hot pot, but I ate a lot of jackfruit instead. And then he turns to the granny, right? The German granny that he just like hangs out with because she's like, I don't know, like a foster mom or something like that to the children, like a babysitter like I had with my granny. So he gets along with her, right? And she's there. And he turns to her and he wraps his arm around my back and he's like, she's a master eater, you know? She's a pro eater. I'm like, Dad, what the fuck? Just like telling me I eat too much. That's rude. I always eat at least 1/12 because I can't eat a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of people who no, I do eat too much. No, it's like it's not like it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing that he knows that I eat a lot. He feeds me well after all. But yeah, no, I you know, like it's true. But sometimes you're like, man, I don't want to be seen as a piglet, you know? I don't want to be a piggy. I want to be a piggy, but I am. So I should just embrace it. Never tried hot pot, but I eat a lot. Hot pot's great. But hot pot's also like the type of food that you need to eat with at least like 3 to 4 people. I hate eating in front of people. It's okay. I know I have good food I know that I have good table manners, so I don't really mind. What I do mind though, my pet peeve is when people they smack their lips when eating, you know? When they eat and it's like that.
That's like the biggest pet peeve I have. It's crazy. I will probably end friendships over this. It's just like, it goes against everything I know. It's like, table manners, gone. Image keeping, gone. Elegance, gone. It's just like smacking your lips is like the worst thing I can do. And now eat more. Hold on. Hold on. I eat more and they regret it now. Oh, I was so skinny when I was younger, so everyone was like, eat more. And now I eat more and they regret it. Oh yeah, happened to me too. When I was younger, I barely managed to finish like half a bowl of rice. I was like really skinny and stuff, just like, I don't know. But it wasn't like, it wasn't bad. I wasn't like malnourished or anything like that. I just had a small stomach. And then what changed it for me was doing sports. When I played handball, my appetite just like grew immensely, exponentially, and I was eating so much. I was eating so much. I was like eating too much. Every time I would eat, I would be eating until I was like almost bursting, if that makes sense. And that's too much. That's too much. Like you have satiation for a reason, and I would just like keep pushing it because food was delicious, you know? You can't swim? Damn, you're not gonna survive the Titanic then. Well, I mean, most people didn't, but you will have no chance in the ocean at all. Doomed to sink. Would you board something like the Titanic submarine? The Titan submarine? Honestly, that was like such a fascinating incident, no? Like the Rush guy, you know? Wait, was he called Rush? Oh, that makes sense name-wise. Living up to his like, I don't know, then just like skirting safety guidelines, etc. Just so he can like, I don't know, as he thinks, pioneer stuff and stuff. And oh, you know what? The CEO my boss was talking about is kind of like that guy, like the guy who's just like doing things because he wants to, and just like tramples over everyone and like disregards safety and laws and everything else because he thinks he made it or something. It's wild. And it's like, and then also the people who just like believe, and they're also like, yeah, I want to pioneer and going to the submarine is like such a big to the Titanic is such a big thing, and it's like the height of engineering and stuff, and I'm like, is it? Well, I mean, it is amazing, right? But then also it's like, is it worth taking the risk? It's like, I mean, the passengers probably didn't know the risk, right? Or like how things have been like disregarded through safety, but then also paying $250,000. Generally, that type of money is life-changing for me. It would be like, I would be out of debt, and I would be out of debt twice over. I would be able to afford buying a house or something like that, right? With that type of money. Or start buying a house. Something like that. And they just like spend it for an experience like that. On the other hand, I also see the other side, right? It's like, you have the money. You only live once. It's like a once in a lifetime experience, and if you have the money, sometimes you will splurge. To them, it was probably a bit of a splurge too. It's not like they're so rich that it's just like, oh, we're just going willy-nilly. But yeah, the pressure's going to kill me one day. Oh, of what? Wait, hold on. We'll join together. My swimming teacher kept saying, you should do competitions. I was really afraid of failing my team and stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, you gotta figure out if you're like the type of person who does well under pressure or not. And I'm not the type who does well under pressure, so yeah. Yeah, not the type of person who should be in like high intensity, high stakes types of games. The person, I hate failing in front of the boys because then they shout at you. It depends on what pressure for me though. I did play handball and the boys would be watching and I like that would make me nervous too. I don't know. I feel like at that age everyone kind of wants a little bit of what's it called? Not affirmation. Acknowledgement from the opposite gender, kind of, right? And you're like, no, I don't want to embarrass myself in front of boys, something like that. Even if you're not interested in them romantically or something. I don't know. Not acceptance. It was kind of like male attention, you know? I have to focus on the equations and tests I can deal with pressure, but if it's verbal pressure where people shout, then I can. Oh yeah, I'm bad at like time pressure basically. So anything that's like remotely similar to a quick time event, which is almost all sports, yeah, terrible experience for me. Well, sports are okay. But yeah, it's like I know for a fact that I will not make it if I'm being put under time pressure. If it's about like thinking, I might still do like slightly above average. But yeah, no, I'm a slow thinker. So I'm a slow processor, basically. Oh. Oh, I moved it accidentally. No wonder. I think his legs are okay. I might just change the color of this here. This part a little. Just to warm it up a little bit. And then I can move on to his torso. Oh, well, actually, hold on. I move back to the leg and just like work on the shoe. Might as well finish it at this point. Delete this. There's a lot of layers. I think I can merge them. And then I did add a bit of a sheen. So I'm just gonna elaborate. Like work that out. It was almost too bright. Just the tiniest bit. By the way, I think Zen. Never mind. I was at a con and they did ask me if I was gonna, you know, do some Zenless Zone Zero art, and I feel like I could probably do well with this style. With the type of rendering that they do. But man, it's just like, it's too much work to get into it. And even though the art style is amazing, it's not like my type of art style. I'm truly an anime girl. The moment it like moves away a little from that, I'm like, ah. And I'm not, you know, the street style anime type of thing, you know, like graffiti, and what Zenless Zone does really well. Yeah, like I like that as an aesthetic, but just like I prefer something more fantastical, I think. Personally, that's why I prefer Genshin and Star Rail aesthetics. Genshin's lost me a little bit with Natlan though, so I haven't been playing for quite a while. But yeah, Amphorius is literally everything I like. Though I did expect, I did see some spoilers about Aides Elise? What it is called? It's not what I imagined. I thought it would be a little bit more golden, but fair enough, fair enough. It's funny because it literally feels like Genshin. I think they probably did like not scrap, just like based their vibes off of that, or had some Genshin artist team working on it. Do have one really good teacher who actually listened when I told them about not knowing anyone, so they just let me watch groups. Amazing. Yeah, there's always that one teacher who's just like really kind and like not empathetic, but just like lenient, and they just like, they're literally just there to teach, and they know that like, you know, even if a student doesn't really, you know, enjoy the subject, there's probably something else they enjoy, and it's like, it's not that important, you know, it's not a affront to their personal, I don't know, to their personality. That makes sense. Not a personal insult. Okay. We have a shoe. I'm playing my other Genshin account. HSR, ZZZ, and Cookie Run Kingdom. Guys, I've got something controversial to ask you guys. Okay, sure, go ahead. What do you guys think of the skin color controversy on Natlan? Like, I think the rage is over now, but what did you guys believe? Oh, I actually don't know about the skin color controversy of Natlan. Oh, because a lot of the characters are pretty light-skinned. Even though they, you know, Genshin is usually based off a lot of like cultures, you know. I have to say, the whole skin color debate, everything being seen in skin color is a very American thing. Genuinely, it is crazy American. It's like everywhere else in the world. So like in the English-speaking world, like European Western world, it's still more of a thing, obviously, because we get influenced a lot. Like even in Europe, right? It's a thing that people pay attention to because we interact a lot with like the American side of social media. But the moment you step out of this sphere, it's not even an issue. It's like people don't even. It's not. How do I say it? It's okay to wish for more diversity in skin, right? But I think there should also be understanding that there's like difference in just how these things are prioritized. These topics are prioritized in other cultures, right? And I think it's okay to push for it, to wish for it and be like, hey, you know what? You're already basing it off of a lot of, you know, like native cultures. It would be good if you know, like add this as well as for like representation and stuff. But then being like outrageous and like literally picking at everything and then also like going as far as to then take the designs and then like darkening the skin and saying like, yeah, fixed it. That type of behavior, I think that's unacceptable. That's just rude, right? It's not even justified at that point. It's like, yeah, if you're gonna behave that way, they're never gonna improve because you're just seen as a hater then. And then personally, I don't care too much about that. About that issue. Because I personally don't care. There's also the argument of it being inspired by it, but not meaning that it represents a country, right? Even if it's like based off, like for example, Mondstadt, right, is based off of Germany, doesn't mean that it's actually German, right? So they just like took a few. I think the workflow is very clearly like, oh, we like these elements and we're just like putting them in and like combining in very like aesthetically pleasing ways, if that makes sense. Rather than being like, oh, we're trying to be 100% accurate, if that makes sense. Like, that's my take on it. I've talked with it about this topic with some of like my coworkers, my peers as well, and we all have like different opinions on this. And I think I'm the most usually I'm the most, how do you say it, like non-woke person in that discussion usually, because like how are you gonna argue against it? Like more diversity is good, there's no question about it, right? So yeah, I think it just like shouldn't be forced upon people. Right, or it's like basically you're expecting everyone to always do so much research and stuff, and they are technically a huge company, but then also like how deep can that research go if they're, you know, like outside of the country, outside of the culture? Because no matter what you do, you'll never be like close enough, you'll miss spots, and yeah, I don't know. So as far as we know, this could be to the best of their abilities, huh? And I would always like, I like to assume idiocy rather than maliciousness, if that makes sense. Especially, I feel like especially for game devs, but that's because I'm usually I'm kind of in the industry as well, and genuinely the people who work on these things, they're just there to make cool stuff. Genuinely, they just want to make cool experiences. They do want to give the players what they want. Oftentimes the developers themselves or the designers, they're also bound by stakeholders or whatever gets like put top down to them, right? Or, you know, they're like doing a design, but then the art director, for example, doesn't really like it or doesn't approve it and stuff, or, you know, so some things don't really get through. And then also, you know, if you're working on a project, there'll always be delays. You always have to cut something down, out, or like scope things down. So in the grand scheme of things, something like the skin color issue is like so minor in the whole pipeline. But it's like, yeah, that's probably like a pretty low how do you say it? Pretty low priority, as well as other technical issues, right? Because I don't know, maybe I don't know if they've tested all of these. You know what? No, it should be okay to test, but it's usually if you follow a certain aesthetic, or they have something in mind, right? Which is typical anime, and then typical anime usually don't have that many darker skin color characters. There's also like, how do you say it? Not concerns about readability, but sometimes it takes the people probably like too much time to figure out a good design that works in all scenarios, so they just default back to what they know, what they've known and what has been proven to them. So I feel like there's also a little bit of that element, I think. Doesn't mean that they shouldn't put in the effort, but it's just like another challenge, especially if you've like already set up all of the pipelines and, you know, lightings, etc. So yeah, so it's like you probably need to develop a style that just like from the get-go gives room for this type of variety, if that makes sense. And looks like for Genshin they pretty much have their range of values set down, right? So oftentimes it's like you work on a project with different designers and stuff, and everyone has a different sense of, you know, values, colors, etc. Some people like more pastel colors, some people like more dark and vibrant colors, for example, right? So we need to unify those things, and usually there's someone who tests all of these different lighting scenarios, what looks good, what is readable, etc. And over the course of the project, a color palette develops. Oh, maybe I can show one. Right, so like it starts developing this type of color palette, and then you just like pick again. So I wonder if it's something like that and stuff. I don't know what it looks like in MiHoYo, since they're like they're a giant company at this point, right? They must have like hundreds of employees. So that's just like my thoughts on it, and it's like kind of trying to give the game devs the benefit of the doubt. I know that there's a lot of like community based arguments that also make a lot of sense and are like totally right. It's just about striking a balance, I think. Question, but isn't darker skin harder to show and reflect light and shadow? Oh, that's true. Maybe that's why they haven't gone that dark. Yeah, I think the biggest issue might probably be readability as well, but I feel like in Genshin specifically, I think they should still be able to do it though. Yeah. Pretty sure Hoya has the talent. I think they should be able to make it work, to be honest. But that's probably also a reason why you always have these characters with dark skin and then like some glowy hair or like bright hair and stuff. Just because it's like easy enough to get some quick high contrast. I just really hate how gray the darker skin characters look. Do they? I usually attribute that to a more cool tone, but I can see. I think the difficulty is though that like as skin gets darker, right? It also gets more saturated. And sometimes these like levels of saturation don't really match the desaturated nature of other textures. I don't know if you've looked at, for example, like Hu Tao. She has brown hold on, coat and stuff, but overall it's not that high contrast and saturated. So to match the values basically and the level of saturation and contrast and color and stuff, usually the games kind of like desaturate the skin color just to match the overall image, if that makes sense. And people see that and then they say, yeah, you don't know how that works and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, you know. Hold on, let me Hu Tao. I think it's a very hold on, let me grab her color. Like imagine we had a I feel like someone with like really, really dark skin would still work simply because of the nature of an extremely dark value automatically being pretty high contrast, similar to how lighter skin does, like creates higher contrast just intrinsically. I think it's probably the like more brown or like medium skin characters, medium tan characters where the issue arises, because that's probably one of the more difficult balances to strike. Yeah, Huta looks like she's pretty desaturated actually. I thought she was more saturated, but if you look at her,
If you look at her, it's actually pretty desaturated. It's like on this level, right? And for example, if you were to do a skin color, like you would darken it. Like imagine we would give her a darker skin color. If we made it like saturated and stuff, it would kind of clash. Yeah, in this case, she looks kind of orange. Hold on, she's got the Donald Trump tan. Give me a second. And then also what also happens is like oftentimes, oh well, you can adjust the contrast for that. Right, and then you also cannot make it too reddish because that usually looks a little off as well. And then it ends up looking a little too orange if you go for the, in quotes, more accurate tone colors. But if you went like really dark, like almost like this type of brown, I feel like it could work. But then yeah, you don't see a lot of that. Right? Or like it would kind of match the like the tone. I don't know if you could make it that saturated. Would this be normal? Would this be okay? Right? I don't know. Like people could tell me that this is too saturated and I'd be like, oh. I feel like they do kind of have they should be able to have the range to do that, right? And if they want contrast, they can basically just invert colors usually. Okay, contrast in a different way. But that's usually what they do, right? That's why they usually give these darker skin characters white hair, because it's high contrast, you know? Because oftentimes this looks a little, you know, if you give them pink hair or something like that, it might be a little too, you know, it might be too extreme, and then you would have to tone it down with like maybe dark hair or something like that. I'm just wondering what could work. Would this work? Would it be too dark? I mean, you could change. There's good ways you could work around it, honestly. I think it's probably more about an issue of like visual library for the developers. Like they come from a very homogeneous oh shit, I closed it. Homogeneous country, so they have no feeling. They have no feeling for like the balance, I think. Give me a second. I need to. Oh, it shouldn't be. That's okay. Well, you will not get my whatever I'm playing. Yeah, I feel like I do want to give them just a little bit of like grace, if that makes sense. Because I like generally they're doing so well. Like think about it, right? Is there any other like anime game, anime gacha, where you can say the world building is that advanced, developed, and the art style as refined, you know, lighting, etc. is on point and stuff? And they've done that for like half a decade now, and they've only gotten better at it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Woowa has gotten close to it, but it did start off a little janky, you know. Not every gacha game can fit everyone's needs, though. Yeah, obviously. And I think like they're doing well. I think Hoyo's doing well, and it's like they have that target audience, and it's not necessarily the most progressive audience, if that makes sense. I was like they always said that they like adore, you know, the Japanese anime and stuff. So they just like really trying to fit that vibe
exactly. If that makes sense. So I can see how it's not necessarily the most progressive, but I do have to say, it's gotten... Anime has gotten less diverse over the years. You know, similar to how Disney has gotten more of the like same face syndrome and stuff. Same happened to anime. Because like if you look at darker than black and stuff, for example, it's just like so much more diverse. You see all types of body types, character archetypes, skin colors, even if they're usually more like side characters and stuff, but they're like, yeah, I don't know. Samurai Champloo. I've only seen 2 anime with black characters. Yeah, usually they're like side characters, so you don't really see them as main characters oftentimes. Promise Neverland, and one called something like, oh, Carol and Tuesday. Yeah, that one. Are you young, Dilemma? Because, but I'm telling you, like back in something like 2010 or something like that, 2010 to 2015, you would still see them. And Darker Than Black, since it's like placed, it plays in the modern world, right? You and there's also like, you know, Americans, foreigners and stuff. You do see some black characters. Obviously, they're not, you know, not necessarily main characters, but you have a fat lady that plays the opera. You've got the typical. Well, he's not Japanese. He's Chinese even. Got the typical Japanese lady. Got. Hold on, let me show you. Actually, I forgot her name. Was her name April or something? In the party of November 11. Hold on. Darker Than Black Rain Lady with the child. Oh. Why do you have... It is April. You had April. There was a side character who was black, had dreadlocks and stuff. I mean, yeah, most of them are Asians because it does play in Tokyo. So it's mostly like Chinese, American. I don't know about Bakano. I have to take a look. April, and there was like a side character. It's just like a random side mob basically that I saw. She's got a decent side role since she's in. She gets seen along with like July and November 11. November 11. Like this guy. He's clearly just like very like British American coded. Why is he naked here? Right, so these 3 play a decent role. Although he's the leader of the pack, obviously. Then you had, for example, the opera lady, singer. And so like you have characters like this as well. And stuff. I think her contract payment was eating cigarettes and something. It was probably because she lost her daughter while she was pregnant, something like that. She did have like a pretty tragic story, I think. Got the old man. Got this type of beauty. She's a little weird, not gonna lie. She was a little weird. And then Bakano characters. Not like Russians. Okay, these are all white, I guess. You had Samurai Champloo. He's more tan, I guess. Yeah, usually you would have 10 characters, but nowadays you don't really see any 10 characters, or the 10 characters are actually like really bright. I don't know if the guy from Fullmetal Alchemist counts. Fullmetal Alchemist Scar? Does he count?
He plays a pretty big role too, and look at him, he's hella cool. Madonna Madoka? Has looked up black anime characters and Sasuke Uchiha came up. Oh yeah, B. Her. Oh, she was in Tamako Market. But it's not necessarily black characters. It's like she's like island characters, if that makes sense. Oh yeah. She's black. The one from Hunter x Hunter. Killer Bee? They're like black coded, I suppose. This one's actually black. It's like there's a distinction between black and indigenous oftentimes as well. Black Lagoon, Bushido, it's the Nehemiah, Cardon. Yeah. I feel like it's a little more common in those like old anime. Recently I haven't seen a lot of them, actually. Which is honestly a little sad. You might guess like actual black characters, but usually even in Naruto this would be considered like tan and stuff. I wouldn't oh, is she black coded or is she tan? I don't know. It's a vibe. Like this could be a Gyaru. You know, she could be a Gyaru. Because I feel like in Japan, for example, it's less about ethnicity, but more about like fashion choice. So a lot of the like, in quotes, darker skin colored girls, rather than being darker skin, it's more like, oh, she's a Gyaru. If that makes sense. So I don't know. I think you usually have to ask the author for that specifically, if it's about like that, like their origin, country of origin. What about the Gyaru from Dandadan? She's not black. Who says she's black? She's a Gyaru. She's just a normal Gyaru. What the heck? So I have to say that about like fashion and stuff. Recently, we've been getting more like gatekeepy about stuff, I feel like. Release the birds. We're almost 4 hours in? How is that possible? The BGM text is broken again. Yeah, I know. It's okay. Like I don't think I can open it right now. Or maybe I just have to restart it. We'll see. Should be this one. I don't know if it'll work. We'll see. I was too lazy to restart it. Okay, it's working. Okay. It is Kagero Days from Kagero Project or Mikak City project. I did make like a whole PV with Flipnote Studio. No, Flipnote? Yeah, Flipnote back then. No. Mekaku City. Mekaku City. As in, Mekakushi is blindfold. Mekakushi. Right? Kakushi. Me is eye and then kakushi is hide. So it's blindfold. Blindfold. Yeah. And then they kind of like take the shi and then they transform it to city. Because city in Japanese is also a shitty. So it's Mekaku City. Mekaku City. But that's what Jin wanted to call it, right? He wanted to call it Mekaku City Project. But everyone only learned the Kagero Days songs because that one went viral, right? Kagero Days, right? People say, like, it got translated to Kagero Days, but I think it was Kagero Days. I think originally it's Kagero Days, but people just, like, took it at Kagero Days. But I don't know. It could be days, it could be days. Because I feel like a lot of the times the plural of stuff gets the z. So you know how this is the kanji, right? It could be su or it could be zu. And we would think, right? Because the days has a sound that we would say it's su rather than zu. But I feel like a lot of the like when Japanese people make an English word plural, they usually use z. That's why I think the translators use days. Because, for example, the in Jujutsu Kaisen, right? You have the first years, which is ichinen. Is it ichinen? Ichinenzu? Oh god, I forgot how to write this. Ichinen, which is like first year, I think. It says 1 year. It might be wrong. And then they add the zu. Zu. It does look like a Z. That's why I intend to. Right? So they call them the ichinenzu. It's kind of like Englified. Okay? So they're like, oh, the ichinenzus. To at least in the anime, from what I've noticed. See, I have no confirmation. This is all what my headcanon, or like what I've pieced together. So I might be wrong. This is more like a conspiracy theory, right? So I was thinking, so right, so they do use the plural with the zu. So it could be Kagero Days, as in the days, but it could be Kagero Days, as in a days. Went from song to manga to no, it went from song to novel to manga to anime adaptation. Yeah. And I had one sentence for each. What? Well, the quickest topic change I've ever seen. Yeah, that just happens. So, another shoe. I think I can. It should probably actually be dark. I don't know. Should it be dark? I feel like it's okay if it's not. But some part of it should be. And I think it should be this. What about the novel? Yeah, I haven't read it. I do have like a volume or two of them just because I like the art. To be fair, each adaptation kind of went through the shitter. Yeah. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. It fell off so bad. I feel so bad because it's actually like such a good project. And I don't know if Jin's doing well. I hope he is. I hope he made enough money. Well, anime adaptations usually don't make that much money. I hope he made enough money just like selling his songs and books and stuff and novels, because he was one of the more like popular creators back then. But yeah, I haven't really seen him making music, so I feel like he's not doing too well. Just need to tone down this part a little. It's a little intense. Oh my god, I have cramps. It's like the leftover of my period. Like, you're not even bleeding anymore, anything, but you're just suffering. And you're just like, I get like post cramps. I think my body is like trying to expel the rest of the blood. Do cramps really hurt? It depends. For some people it really hurts. It's not like getting punched. It's more like... It's like... Oh, how do I describe it? It's like when you get punched, it's not the impact of the punch, but the aftermath of the punch. Or if you've eaten something like really, really spicy, and then I don't know if you've had like spicy cramps before. It's, for me, it's kind of close to that. So it was so funny because when I didn't know about those spicy cramps, I was like, oh, I might be on my period, and then I wouldn't get my period. I was like, why would I get cramps? And then I would be on the shitter, you know? Spicy cramps, like if you've eaten so spicy that once it hits your intestines, it just like hurts and it's like contracting and everything. It's literally like period cramps. For me. I did hear that it could trigger uterus cramps. Like a spicy poop? No, not the poop itself, but the cramps you get from eating that. Does that make sense? It does get followed up by a spicy poop, but it's not the poop that gives you the cramps. No, it's not like the poop and it won't come out. Do you not get like those spicy cramps and then you're just like sitting on the shitter and you're like, ugh, and your body is like trying to expel it? It's like that. I wonder if you get diarrhea cramps as well. I'm loving the convo. I even never had. Just eat a whole ghost pepper and you'll see. Or eat like a pack of bulldog ramen. If you have a high spice tolerance, do triple spicy bulldog ramen. You will feel it. You have no idea? You'll figure it out. And then just like report back. I feel like there's a little bit too much contrast between the rendering of this boot and then the rendering of this boot. Oh shit, man. Alright. I guess I'll have to render it a little bit more. It feels like I forgot to. Hold on, let me. Oh, actually, could I do this maybe? Multiply. Maybe just darken. Okay, yeah, I think we're getting there. another time we'll be able to do it the other way, but for this boot specifically, we gotta do it we gotta make it similar. I'm trying to figure out how to draw this shoe. Don't mind me. Okay, I looked it up. I looked up Jin just because I was curious, and apparently his PC broke in 2019 and he lost all the songs he made up until Summertime Record. Because he didn't make any backup? Oh my god. Bro. Jin. That's crazy. Does anyone remember there being a seashores emoji? I don't. I'm not into emojis, so I wouldn't be able to know. Alright. That should be okay. I spent unnecessary time on his shoes, but then also like, yeah, you don't really need that much on his legs. Yeah, that's this part. Wait, hold on. Reference. It is dark. It doesn't have any ridges, but I think he kind of deserves those. So we take a little bit of the lighter color, just like give it a bit of an edge here and there. Just so you can see that there's a bit of a little bit of structure. And then you can just go in with the rig. I like the texture that already exists, so I'm gonna do a lot more. I'll just, you know, do a few highlights here and there, just so it's... I'm trying to get a little bit more into like the small sparkly highlights. Eh, maybe not here. Wait, what is that? Probably just be this. Probably an artifact that I missed. Pull this out. A little bit of depth over here. Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, but Hoyo designs are kind of like easy to render once you have, like, you don't need to do a lot of rendering on these details as long as you've mapped out all of the details, you know? And then it's usually just a matter about highlighting edges or giving them a little bit of emphasis and stuff. That's why I did the line art. Because now I can just like define some of these edges and I'll be done. Right? I'm telling you, that makes life so much easier. The color blocks, etc. are the like more important parts. Like this, right? I just did a line and then a little highlight and look at that. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't forget about the details though. And then obviously once you get to these details where you need to, you know, hold on, let me show you. When you need to add all of these little like metal pieces and stuff, right? You can just go in with like a flat color. Let me pull it up on the other screen. I'm bad at remembering these patterns. And you can basically just like block them out. Color block them. Right. Why is this curved, bro? Right, and then this is actually disgusting. Like curved and shit. And you can just add these details as you go. Obviously this is a little too small. Damn. So basically this should have been closer to here. Detail it out. I'll just move this a little. I need to toggle this off just so I can see his design. And then oftentimes with these like decals, people just take this, like the shape, and then they just give it like a rough paint over. Like this, right? Just to show them, oh, it's metal and stuff, and then after that, you're pretty much done. You're just like, oh, let me just add a bit of highlight. to make it really like shiny and stuff. You don't? Yeah. That's how efficient these artists have become, man. Obviously, there's people who detail this stuff out a little bit more. This part, for example, is clearly like painted on or embroidered, something like that. Doesn't necessarily have to be an actual like piece of metal, which it would be nicer still if it had a little bit of depth. But yeah. I vividly remember it being orange and red with a tiny bit of blue and green. Interesting. Not sure if it even got removed. They buried it, and are also burying the fact that they buried it. You missed anything? Depends. Name a pink haired anime girl. The one from Dandadan? Interesting. Pink haired anime girl? I was thinking about Yunogasai, actually, the yandere. I don't know why. I think I need to make this smaller. Keep thinking about Amu from Shugokara. Oh yeah, she's cute too. But I haven't read it in so long, so I don't really have any I don't know, point of contact. What's going on that shirt of his? You know what? I'm gonna make chat small on my screen so I can have a look at finance reference. He's got like a darker trim. Oy. I'll give him the trim that he deserves. It's almost like a corset. Makes sense. Gives him stability. And let me turn off the whatever this effect is. Doesn't matter. And this part's also darker. Not too dark. Just want to see what happens if I add a bit of ambient occlusion over here. Make it really dark. Okay, I think that's okay. Could either define this in dark or light. I think light might be better. Your gateway was Giyu? Oh, Mitsuri. Yeah, Mitsuri makes sense too. Ikuto was my gateway into liking 2D anime, guys. That's funny. I think for me it might have been Hey. My gateway was probably Giyu. I like anime guys as well. Have you ever played a game called Word Association? Yeah. Of course. It is so crazy because back in my day, when I was a kid, you would go on to long trips. That's all you could do. There was no entertainment. Nobody had phones. People would sometimes have consoles. But on the car, not everyone would have a console. Sometimes you would get tired of playing Animal Crossing. You've been playing it for 5 hours straight.
and then you would just like start, or your parents would be saying like, no more Nintendo DS, so you would have to do, you know, would have to play games like word association, or you would look at the what's it called, the sign at the back of a car, you know, the one that has your signature and stuff. You would take each of the initials and you would have to form sentences and stuff with that type of, with the initials of whatever sign is in the car in front of you. So many games, so many analog games that you guys in today's world don't even play anymore. Because, I don't know, you guys are spoiled, have phones, smartphones. You guys are not forced to just like entertain yourselves with sticks and tree branches. Back in my day, I watched the raindrops on the car window race each other. Yeah, that too. Or you would call, if you were getting punished, you would just be counting the dimples in the wall. Yeah. We went from squid to cardiac arrest. I love watching racing raindrops. What about looking at the shapes in class? Of course! Of course, that's a classic. You cannot show me anything from back in the day that I have not known about. Kids these days. Spoiled rotten. Of their iPhone 16 Pro Max. And they're so open-minded. And I'll just go to Korea and get themselves a Hongdae guy. And then enter your telephone number into his WhatsApp of his iPhone Pro Max. It's so funny. And then he'll have the whole universe. If I have you, I have a whole universe. So funny. Oh, this is the belt. Yeah, yeah. Well, the belt should probably have a different color. Oh, the belt's darker too. Shit. Okay. Here comes the belt. See. This is what we have selection tools for. It's shit, but we just tone down the contrast to a desirable level. And then we continue detailing. So easy. So peasy. So schmeezy. And this goes here. Oh. Basically at night when we're in the car,
all the buttons and switches would mean something and we'd have to hide and shoot zombies off of our car. What? Are you open-minded? Yeah. Here comes the belt. Is a very threatening statement the longer I think about it. It's 0:15 and I just cracked my neck louder than the Leaning Tower of Pizza. Pizza? Is it not pizza? I don't like sausages. You don't like sausages? As a German, I do not approve. As a husband hunter, I do not approve. I have to have specific sausages and always have the ends cut off. Damn, you're a picky eater. What the fuck? Frankfurter? Isn't it a Bockwurst? Frankfurter Würstchen. What's the difference between Frankfurter and a Wiener Würstchen? No, the Frankfurter are the Bockwurst. Bockwurst, Frankfurter, Wiener. Nee, ist auch was anderes. Oh, okay. Frankfurter are purely pork. So you don't like... Huh, interesting. Make your standard for husband and find and you will approve of exactly none of us. I'm not picky, the ends weird me out. Just chew them! Mathesons or posh dog? What the fuck is a Mathesons? A posh dog? You look weird. Your belly button looks like that. Your asshole looks like that. It's nature. The fuck? These? These look bad, not gonna lie. Actually, it might be okay. They're smoked. Posh dogs. Ah, I see. This is what you're eating? Is that not a bratwurst? The fuck is a posh dog? I want a bratwurst. Should have bought some. I can't. I would be eating them every day. These all kind of look bad. Which one's the closest to a bratwurst? This one. Yeah, this is what they look like. Bratwurst. Usually, this one's clearly not that. Like, the grill isn't typical, so it doesn't have the grill marks. Bratwursts are good. You're not big on crust either? The Andoliga, whatever they're called. Rue Cinema hot dogs? What the fuck are Rue Cinema hot dogs? You don't like bratwurst? Legitimately? Damn! It's like one of the best sausages out there. A little salty, I admit that. But that's why you eat them in a Brötchen. In a bread. What about Nürnberger? Wurstbratwürstchen. The smaller ones. You don't like the taste? You don't like the taste of spices, huh? I could eat that every day. Nürnberger.
It's like mini. Wait, Henry is getting a resplendent? That's crazy. Oh, his art looks good. Sorry, got distracted for a bit. It's like the smaller. It's like mini. It's mini bratwurst. Something wrong with your tongue, guys? Nürnberger. It does get a little darker around his chest, interestingly enough. Basically, like this part is almost fully black. Wait, did I merge? Oh no. I merged the damn... I merged the thing in. Give me a second. That's the only bad thing about merging the whole thing is usually that you cannot tell which part is which. Because things overlap, you know? One second, I think I can probably just do this. And then deepen these edges. Where's the Q and the 1 next to each other? Wait, what? Oh. My artist requires merging all layers? No, it doesn't! You're not forced to do anything. You can literally do whatever you want. Your art style literally does not require you. It's not your art style that requires it, it might be your workflow. And your workflow, you can always change. You're not forced to do anything when it comes to art. Except for, you know, like, maybe give purpose, think a little. But when it comes to workflow, anything goes. Except for AI. Where the fuck is this? Did I really just merge it in? The whole gold bedazzle? I guess so. Well, guess I'll be drawing this by hand then. Sag mal. Oh, no, it's in here. It's in here. Oh, there we go. Huh? There we go. Okay. We're gonna separate the lines. And we'll just merge this over. Retain the line art. Oh shit, wait, hold on. Go over in gold. Wait, that's 1 AM. I'm a military time girly. Ooh, why are you a bro? A bro? I require 9 thinking. I hope 9 means none. 9 means no. Yeah, just means no. But if you mean no as in nothing there, then it's kind. So you wouldn't say I wouldn't require. So basically what you're saying is I require none thinking instead of saying I require no thinking. Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's a little switched. Your sentence makes sense though. You would use kind instead of 9. Yeah. My German skills are on the floor. You're my new German Duolingo? Shut up! There are apps like that though. Apps and programs. Where you basically get to have an actual human partner that you chat with to improve your language skills. They'll correct you, you'll correct them. And he looks at me. I look at him. He looks at me. I look at him. Right. A little bit of gold. Ooh, you know what? Maybe. Huh? What's this? Oh, why not? Okay, enough. Which is... I don't know, that angle's probably really bad. I was gonna expose my mistakes and we don't want that. Take this, we lighten this. We can have a little bit of that. That should probably be like a nice golden color though, I don't know. Maybe not too obnoxious. And then the white highlights, I could reserve them for later. Like this, you know. And then there should be a little bit, maybe like a dark shadow on that part at least. Over here as well. I do like the contrast between the like slightly purple and the yellow tones. And this. I was thinking of making this bottom side bright. Not the bottom, the inside of this thingy. I was thinking of making that bright. But I think it might actually be distracting and it kind of like obscures his silhouette. Look at this. Might be quite nice, but kind of, you know, kind of makes his neck disappear a little. So maybe just a hint of light. Let me take a look at his face. Honestly, you just need to brighten up things here and there. And then give him maybe like a little bit of color on his cheek. Maybe not even color, but just, you know, just so that it shows like the depth of his face. But yeah, I don't want to actually like muddle his face. So I'm trying to keep it low. My dad sent a video saying something along the lines of, every time you do something great, just know that I'm proud of you. And I asked him why he can't just say it himself. He said something like, I just can't. Some people just, yeah, they just have a little bit of, I don't know. It's hard to say for some people. Toxic masculinity? I don't even think it's that. Some people just get really embarrassed saying stuff. That makes sense. Wouldn't saying I'm proud of you make a better connection? I think it's like the phenomenon where people know they can do good things but choose not to without any bad intentions. Or what it was called. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's usually more a little bit of like just being really embarrassed, you know, expressing yourself. My mom also was like, when I was doing the I went to that convention, right? And I went home and I told my mom how much I made and stuff, and she's like, I'm proud of you. Like she really like said that. It was like, oh, that's a little awkward. Like the first time she said something like that, I'm like, that's a little awkward, right? And my dad even less so. Right? So I feel like the stutter, I don't know, it's like, it wasn't even a stutter, but it was more like she had to take in a deep breath for that, if that makes sense. Like it took a lot out of her just to say it. And I'm sure it's because she's not used for these types of like sappy talks. My dad has never been like very wordy with those types of things either. Neither have been my grandparents. It's just, you know, for some people it's just difficult to say. Yeah. Just show them a little bit of grace, you know? It's a little hard to comprehend when you're a teen, when you're like, it should be easy to say, right? Everything's just so easy, just do it. But when you get older and you like, and you see how you start getting stuck in your ways a little bit, where you're like, ooh, I clearly have like my preferences, or this is probably a thing that I won't change, or I don't want to change, or whatever, right? You'll understand that. You're like, oh damn, I'm just like my dad, I'm just like my mom. It's not even in a bad way, it's just like, huh. I guess it is generational. Oh. Something like that. I'm gonna find a clip for this. You can clip it. You can probably just put it in the live chat. Maybe I'll consider looking at it later. Maybe not here. There's also a piece of metal. There you go. Probably have to change the color of the lines over here. It's because they're not in the glowy part. And then we've got the rake, just to do some of the heavy lifting. Phew! It was a moment in Gordon Ramsay where this Gordon asked his dad if he ever said I love you to his son, and he just plainly said no, with no shame. Yeah, just had a fight with a moth. Oh, I don't like moths. They're too erratic. I don't know, I used insecticide, but this shit nearly killed me. Oh yeah, did you know? I didn't know, but like, you have to air out the room after using insecticide and stuff. So it's like, okay, now I use the insecticide, I'm killing them, so now I have to open my windows again for the pests to come back in. For more pests to come in? This is an infinite money glitch for you guys. Yeah. I feel like this needs to be darker, actually.
I feel like the highlights should be yellow or something just to indicate that it's gold. Because otherwise it's a little hard to understand that it is. Or rather than gold as a thinking about it honestly, I don't know. Maybe just as a highlight or something, you know. It basically just needs to distinguish the different planes for now. For me, at least. Other people have other standards, but this is mine. Ooh, hold on, let me take this off. Put it on another layer. Angled brush really be working hard for me. Honestly, it can't stay like this. I think that's okay. It is more like cool toned gold though, technically. Almost pinkish. That's okay. I don't know if I should make it like a lot brighter actually. I feel like it's too much. Even though it's technically really light. I feel like at this distance it's a little too much, so I'll just keep it low. Alright. Guys, I got a beast cookie on Cookie Run Kingdom. You know what? I think this is okay. I drew a final thigh. I haven't gone to a lot of his like code parts yet, but might be okay. Now I just clean up this part for a while, a little bit. Otherwise I'd have to, oh man, I have to clean this part up as well. What is this?
Alright. I'm calling it a day, I think. I think it's gonna turn out okay. I'm still a little worried about this area, about his face area. Like the... Just the... Oh, wait, it's... Actually, give me a second. It's because I'm an idiot. I didn't darken that shit. It should actually be like this color. Not like this. But yeah, anyways, it's supposed to be darker. And I kind of totally forgot, so I was like worried and stuff about the lighting, but at this point I might as well just recommit and make this part nice and dark, you know? Just so it's more readable, but yeah, we'll see, we'll see. We have a fine-in. He's in the works. I'm gonna die. I am not drawing this one-handed. Alright, it's time for bed. I need to get up early so I don't miss my appointment tomorrow. Night. Good night. Sleep tight. It was great, Milk. Thank you. I'll see you around. See you next time. Bye-bye. Mwah.